Hello, everyone. Alright, cool. Let's sum this up. You love this. Alright, cool.
Okay, by now I'm sure you're already well. Hi, my name is Nicholas Diorio. Before we get started today, I'm going to be clear.
Alright. There he is. I didn't want to work earlier. Alright, cool.
And concise about what this video will prove. Today, you're going to see undeniable evidence that MamaMax is a complete and total fraud. He is a content creator who claims his platform exists to empower abuse survivors. And the reality is, MamaMax is a liar. His actions in the past and present paint a far more sinister picture. Right off the bat, this video does contain clips of the leaked recording between myself, MamaMax, and Mudahar of Some Ordinary Gamers. If Max has an issue with how he is portrayed in this video,
I'm just gonna be playing Apex.
To the full call being released. I am not afraid. In the event where Max tries to bully me with threats of getting my channel banned, this video removed, or anything else through use of YouTube contacts, which he has done to content creators who have exposed him recently, I will not hesitate to drop our full, uncut recording for the entire internet to see. I will not be silenced, and you will get everything that's coming to you.
Max is supposed to be the one bringing the story across to everyone. And yes, if in the case that everything is actually...
Why is it my job?
Very cool.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me? Like,
because it's your
Why are you putting it on me? Dude, you're the...
absolutely, I am...
That's one of the worst things to ever say to someone that's telling you to, like, bring your case to, like, bring a point to your case. Legit, the whole argument, for those of you that just barely joined. For all you guys that barely just getting into the MamaMax drama, because I don't know, it's pretty recent. MamaMax dropped a video about a dude named, I forgot the name of him. It's like Gerard Davis or something like that. And he asked a bunch of YouTubers, like, hey, you need to bring this to light. He called out YouTubers like Charlie, PewDiePie, and a whole bunch of other people. And throughout his whole video, he didn't provide any context or any evidence that the dude was a predator. And so people have been exposing him left and right. He said that he had evidence, but he can't, like, expose it because I guess they're working with the police on it, but then it turns out that they're not. It's a whole deep rabbit hole that I might make a video later describing it, just going down the whole rabbit hole. Because I think this is going to be the finale. This Nick Diorio and then Some Ordinary Gamers video is probably going to do it. But yeah, for now, he has no evidence that he's brought out publicly whatsoever. And he's making everyone seem like, oh, you're not taking the victim seriously. Which, MamaMax in the past has had some allegations levied on him. And he pretty much, like, had to disprove them, you know? Meaning that the victims weren't credible. And now his only evidence to provide is, dude, trust me. I know. And he hasn't, like, really put any videos or anything up there. And so him saying that why it's all on him, it's because he's bringing it to the light. He's bringing it to the public. You need to be ready to, like, be concise. The whole pressure is on you. It's on your channel. It's on your credibility. Like, you have to do the research. You have to do a whole bunch of things before you can just come out and say, hey, so-and-so is a predator. Why? Because someone told me. I could just say, hey, MamaMax, you touched me 5 years ago. And according to him, I guess it'd be a law it'd be unlawful to not take me seriously because I'm a victim, you know. And it gets into a whole bad point and stuff. Yeah, and that's why right now he's under fire. His credibility is under wraps. People are asking whether or not his previous cases were also handled this poorly. And his whole thing was, oh, I'm gonna capture predators. Oh, support me so I can keep on catching predators. But I guess it turns out that he hasn't caught anyone. I don't know. It's a whole deep rabbit hole. I'll do a whole video about it in the future, as soon as I get research done and stuff, get clips. But yeah.
MamaMax asked me to react to his content and promote the massive investigation he was about to release. Max Stryker claimed to be exposing a depraved individual who used social media to lure society's most vulnerable into compromising situations. Cameron...
he is also supposedly a vampire werewolf. I don't know how that fits in, but he's also a vampire werewolf. That should be taken seriously, I guess.
Gerard Davis has been accused of masquerading as mythical creatures such as werewolves and vampires in the hopes to lure children, and that's just the tip of the iceberg, is what I would have said if Max's videos on the subject weren't terrible.
Today we're going to be talking about a YouTuber that's been going really wacky wild as of late.
This video is going to be on a more serious topic. I'm sure most of you know who a creator by the name of MamaMax is and the controversy currently surrounding him.
It was probably me and Nick, and that was about it. You're going to see as this goes further, this guy is serious here. Like he really believes in this theory.
Then you made the third video, which was calling out Moist Critical for not covering the story after you
And throughout calling out all those YouTubers and stuff, they're just gonna say it, that he hasn't like provided any substantial evidence.
Talk about it a little bit. That rubbed me the wrong way. I spent 12 days not doing anything online, in bed, and during that time, apparently, it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me.
Imagine Anthony Fantano just watching this like that.
You provided evidence that was some girl's testimony, and 4 girls, if not 5, came out with their testimony against you.
What I'm saying is...
Oh, and also the YouTuber that just spoke, his name is Lyrics. MamaMax threatened to take down his channel if he didn't, I guess, change a part of his video, because I guess one of the victims used her real name instead of like an alias on Discord, and it was technically leaking her information, right? Her real name. But it's kind of ironic that he said that, oh, that's leaking her real name, because in that same stream, MamaMax said that having someone's full name does not count as like doxing or anything. That's not, that you can't dox anyone with their full name, which is incorrect, because you can. That's why you're mad at Lyrics for doing the same thing, you know, giving out a victim's name. Well, quote unquote victim, because right now we literally have no evidence. It's just their word. And Papa Good also had a good video describing I guess Spencer is the victim's name. He made a video about her her going to like another channel's like talk show podcast sort of deal and saying her story, and then it just seemed like she was adding more information as it goes on. Like an example was the host would be like, oh, it's probably like Christianity, and then she'd be like, oh yeah, and then just add that small detail like, oh yeah, he used to call himself Lucifer, and not bringing it up from the beginning, because I think that's an important detail, because for right now we only had that he was a vampire werewolf, and now he supposedly like has like multiple personality disorders, or pretends to have that. And I guess in another victim, he R-worded her, and then I guess he didn't know what happened, even though he was just there. And that's a whole big web of worms. I'll see if I can find the clip and then just add it to this.
The burden of proof is on them and they didn't provide any.
And it just seems like a dramatized, embellished story. And then this person's talking about it and just saying insane things.
Look at the hand movements. He thinks he's like actually the Punisher. So pathetic.
Max released 3 videos that provide essentially nothing in the form of evidence. The average person can't follow anything he's released so far, and more time was spent responding to critics than providing actionable proof that content creators could use to condemn Cameron Gerard Davis. In fact, after Max threatened me privately for not reacting to his unwatchable video on my main YouTube channel, I cataloged my 10 hours of research publicly in the form of 2 live streams, and my results were astounding. Alright, we're 2 hours in this. We're 2 hours in right now. Realistically, we're another hour and a half on top of our 4.5 hours in. So we're at the 6-hour mark of understanding what's going on here. And I will point out to you, now that we've hit the 6-hour mark, that I still don't know what Cameron Gerard Davis has done. And spoiler alert, when we hit the 8-hour mark or the 10-hour mark, I don't know how far we're gonna go. We're still not gonna know. After 10 grueling hours investigating this vampire werewolf cult, I realized I've learned essentially nothing about Cameron Gerard Davis, the accused.
Damn.
Spencer, a girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a predator posing as a werewolf god.
Max Striker's evidence provides without a shadow of a doubt this might just be a video of a black man roaring like a wolf with fake vampire teeth in his mouth. Along with this compelling evidence, we also know
that was pretty much the whole evidence, and then just throughout the video he'd like flashbang you with a couple of screenshots, and that's his evidence. That is groundbreaking evidence.
Details about his family, including his mother's name for some reason.
This video is for... I would like to extend my most heartfelt apology that this is how you have to find all of this out. But the fact of the matter is, your son, Cam...
I'll be right back.
Underestimate me and pay the price.
Alright, I'm back.
Gerard Davis has been victimizing hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of...
Alright, apparently there's like over 200 victims, and they're only able to like have 5 on the ready. Which for a cult, that's another thing that's a big hole in the whole argument. Bro, this video is 10 out of 10. Here's what Max will do. I don't think he's gonna respond, dude. I don't think he can respond because everyone's turning against him.
You started to like direct your chat,
and then like it's gonna point out his holes, and then everyone's digging through his past. Like, dude, it's gonna be wild if he actually does respond.
I guess so.
Because that needs to be like on quite response type situation. Anything less, his career is completely over.
We'll see you, probably never again.
And when people asked why his serious allegations were so over-dramatized and hard to understand, this was his answer.
What even is this?
So, the MamaMax universe was a cautionary tale that takes place in the dystopian future, where child predators have seized global power, exploiting the digital landscape to entrench their rule. Rising from the ashes of a society that failed to protect its most vulnerable, the children emerged. A covert network of vigilantes inspired by the style of Hotline Miami. Once victims, they are now hunters of the monsters who hurt children.
You gotta watch this whole video, man. It's amazing, especially towards the end. Maximum. Yeah, because I think some ordinary gamers disavowed him. Like, they weren't that tight knit, but him and Expo are like friends.
Victims out of
So
Cameron's
it's kind of wild.
hundreds of potential abuse survivors, and yet we know next to nothing about him or really them. You can hear some spoken word
I wonder if
testimony
Nexpo
on
is
a
actually going to
separate YouTube channel that was
disassociate
created by
from Mac.
Spencer.
That's
Who
going
is
to be a
Spencer,
huge
you
hit.
ask? A
Because they have a
survivor
show
who is
together,
now
don't they?
living with MamaMax.
I offered because it felt like the perfect storm. Like, it felt like, okay, clearly this is happening for a reason. I figured if I can just document the prime subject of my documentary, then why not just have her live with me? And since she needed a home.
Don't worry, he's hoping Spencer will be financially independent soon.
That's not to say it's...
That's another thing. That's a whole ass meme. He wants to give her a platform just so that she can, like, pretty much start her own YouTube channel and, like, get money that way. And it's like, what the heck? I can't wait for the full release in Discord. I don't think I think they're gonna be nice enough not to drop that unless he starts like threatening them like he did with lyrics. Except they actually have dirt on them. Well, not dirt, but like the full call. And then the short snippet they showed, like, what does that fall on me? Like, dude, it's your case, it's your video. Like, do you think Mudahar was asking the same thing when he talked about the completionist? Like, no, you got to be ready for like everything. You got to keep like your eyes dotted and everything. You got to keep everything nice and straight. Keep everything to the point. Because if Muda did like a video like him, like, oh yeah, I have evidence, but we're taking it to court or something like that. Like, it wouldn't get as far as it did. It probably wouldn't gotten a reaction either. Except I don't know. Max is weird. Hopefully he can fix it. It's gonna be an extremely uphill battle, but I'm pretty sure he can.
It's gonna be permanent. I do want to get Spencer to become independent at some point. We're gonna get all our medical stuff done, for basically everything. Like, you need to learn how to drive. We're gonna do that.
But for some reason, the strapping young roommates decided to post a 4-hour podcast. Unfortunately for the both of them, the biggest takeaway from that podcast is that Max himself is being investigated by the FBI.
I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI. They didn't even bother contacting you.
No.
That's what's so weird to me, that they put like a 4-hour video on the 8-hour stream and yeah. It's because he said that he wanted Spencer to have her own channel, so he was trying to use his clout to build her up almost immediately. Because in order to like get advertisements and stuff, you had to have like over 1,000 subscribers. So I guess they were hoping to just like jumpstart her career. Because I think in one of the interviews, MamaMax said that, oh yeah, I was trying to help Spencer like jumpstart her thing because victims need like support. They need like insurance, therapy, and all that. And it's like, okay. And then like her videos don't really make sense. Like, there's a 10-hour MamaMax dancing. Like, what the hell is that supposed to prove? And then like it's 4 hours. Like, they could have just done like, hey, here's a like shortened version, a condensed version of it. Just put like the story, how she thinks everything happened, how she got groomed, how she got victimized, and all that. But I don't know. Max had a different approach, I guess, and he thought that was the way, but it clearly wasn't.
That shows how much more they care about my case than yours.
And Spencer potentially admitted to a crime.
Did you ever recruit?
Yes. So my particular recruitment style, go on Whisper and post about, if you want to join a family dynamic, hit me up on Kick. There's one time he did have me lure.
Hey, what's up, Diggs? Did she just admit to grooming women for him? She's his Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh my god. Now we have shit's weird to me. Like, why did they try to be busy trying to make her content creator when they have more? That's the thing. Like, I don't know what was going on with him. And then his past track records of just simping over people is probably that. But honestly, I don't really know. I don't really know what MamaMax is trying to think. Oh, no, I don't know if I said it, but what's up, Diggs? How's it going? Hope you're doing good. We're just watching the new Nicholas Diorio video about MamaMax being a potential fraud. I'm just pausing a lot. This goes hard. Thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ! Alright, let's keep going.
That sounds freaking illegal. I lured a girl physically.
We got an Uber and went and picked this girl up from like 30 minutes away from us, and she was like 13 or 14. He kept trying to convince me to convince her to have sex with him, and I was like...
She is literally Ghislaine Maxwell. What the hell? She just incriminated herself. How's no one's... Did anyone else say that? Jesus Christ.
No.
She actually just incriminated herself.
The next day. What the me and Kayla are pretty sure
Listen,
that
Max.
he went over there and he her after I was with my foster parents.
When your victim is going to talk about something where they're potentially implicating themselves in a crime, I mean, I don't know what age they were at the time, but regardless, like, you should absolutely be seeking legal advice before you even think about.
Is that why they're not going to the police? Because she's like palpable, like a crime? Because I'm pretty sure like you can get the Ghislaine Maxwell sentence, no? You can still go to prison for that because it's abetting a crime. I think that's what it's called.
Bringing this up.
Why this was uploaded at all, I will not understand. If anything, they're creating a defamation case for the man they hope to put in prison. MamaMax has chose to make a schizophrenic ARG adventure instead of a detailed allegation video with supporting evidence, so he can help protect and support women who put their trust in him.
Honestly, you do understand, if you go to court, they can pull these live streams for court. You do know that, right?
We are not going to court, Xylan.
So what are you doing? Just hunting them down like a deer? Is that what we're doing?
Have you not been listening this stream? So when we reached out to the lawyer, he told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets. So he recommended that we all go in person.
So, okay, so...
Wait, so is their whole reason of not going to the police because they want to get something out of him? Like, he still has to go to court to send someone to prison. I thought that was his goal. What the hell? What's the point then? You're just... I'm actually flabbergasted. Like, what's the whole point of exposing him, his family, and all that if you're not even gonna try to like take him to court, try to get him behind bars or something?
So you do plan to go to police, right?
Of course.
If you go to police and they say, okay, yay, we're going to go get him or whatever, I don't know, live in a dreamland, whatever you want to feel, are you going to court after that?
I'm unsure about the entire process. I think that's the job of the district attorney, but the survivors would likely appear as witnesses.
What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes? How many people have you actually caught?
I've never been to court.
MamaMax claims you have hunted predators.
Yeah, his whole thing was, oh, I hunt predators, and that's why you need to support me on Patreon, so I can hunt more of them. What the hell has he been doing this whole time, then? I'm pretty sure, like, people had an idea of him as, like, Dog the Bounty Hunters, but with predators, but I guess we were all mistaken.
For years, but it is more than evident that he has no idea what he's doing, and now his past has begun to come under fire.
Well, I guess the question is like the Nick's getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video.
Right.
So he's been lying the whole time. Oh no. So what were the funds going to then? What were people paying him for? Just to get more ARGs? Jesus Christ.
I'm so
that is
sick
horrible.
Of having predators that run away like Pablo Sonny and we don't get them. I am investing all of me into you and the survivor, Spencer, because
MamaMax claims he needs help from all of these YouTubers, from, checks notes, Joe Rogan to Anthony Fantano, yet he refuses to accept any form of criticism with a subject matter that matters, and participants who deserve better.
Look, I want to see this asshole, and if what you're saying is 100% true, I want to see this motherfucker behind bars. But there's a way to present it, there's a way to handle this before you get to that.
Oh, that's
right?
what
And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on, is where I'm at, and that's all I really can say about the situation.
I would have really appreciated this like 2 months ago when we first reached out. I reached out to you and multiple other creators asking for help, and none of you were responsive. I understand y'all are busy doing your own thing, but this is the first time I've ever handled a case of this complexity and magnitude, and that is why I was asking for help. To those of you who are saying I was putting the blame on Muda, I'm not, but I do acknowledge that I need help with this case. That was my point.
The first thing we definitely need to discuss is Max's failures in his current ongoing investigation. And these are failures, by the way. The vast majority of help that Max has been able to provide with his deep skill set and large platform is a botched social media campaign called #WeAreReal. The reason I cite this as a failure is simple. Nobody knows anything about the cult that Max claims to be exposing. In fact, I've referred to Camden Gerard Davis as Cameron throughout the previous 10 minutes of this video, and I guarantee that most people outside of content creators who've covered the story didn't even realize that. As we've touched on previously, MamaMax moved in with one of the many girls that he's currently assisting.
And I've been following this case for a minute.
That doesn't always seem to have been the plan.
I want to actually answer some questions about like why we're doing donations through my Patreon rather than a GoFundMe. That is because I'm contractually obligated to see this case through and make sure Spencer's taken care of. Spencer's moving over to me in a couple of days, actually, and we're gonna find her own place, and I will be paying for all of it.
Not sure what he meant by contractually obligated, but it sounds to me like Max was planning on getting Spencer a place of her own, but at least...
Wait. I guess that kind of makes sense as to why he was doing so much for a YouTube channel then. Because, how would you be contractually obligated to help someone, though? Did they just come to him like, hey, I have a story that could benefit us both, and then they just started going it from there? And then more people... Has anyone asked what MamaMax means when he's contractually obligated? Yeah. That's so wild. So that's just to get out of the contract, or what the hell is he doing?
Right now, they live together. I guess you just can't fake the step survivor atmosphere. But since money was mentioned, just to be clear, in exchange for this person's testimony, Spencer is receiving housing, income from Max's YouTube and Patreon, and also receiving the clout incentive from Max promoting her YouTube channel and placing integral parts of the investigation exclusively over there. This information does not, however, mean that Spencer is lying. What it does showcase is how unethical Max's investigation have been since day one.
Oh my god. So he's pretty much just paying her to lie at this point. Because everything she's saying right now is outside of an oath. So she's not sworn to anything. She can just keep lying and adding more details as it goes on. Like, yeah, she could have been victimized in like a certain way, but like after a while, like, when does it stop, you know? Like, if like, oh, I need to get clout, let me just add to the detail that he's also Lucifer, or oh, he's also Jesus Christ in the flesh, and Buddha, you know, like, and then she's getting money for it.
Max sweetening the pot isn't enough for you to get outraged over. I certainly wasn't expecting to find out last week on the MamaMax live stream that before all of this, Spencer was Max's close family friend.
Spencer has known my family her whole life. Oh no. She was in the same kindergarten class as my sister. Yeah. I don't think y'all understand like the relationship here.
That is horrible.
Yeah, like we were friends before we were like actually on a case. Like,
oh no. So just to rip the band-aid off, this is not some stranger that Max is helping out of the kindness of his heart. This is a family friend who's getting a shiny new YouTube channel, some pocket cash to start, and a place to sleep. And for those reasons alone, we could and probably should stop here. Max is not fit to take this case on for Spencer.
There's
but it's
a
not
huge
just
conflict of
about
interest.
Spencer, even though it kind of seems that way. 23 days after Max launched the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign, another survivor named Kai, from what is alleged to be her OnlyFans Facebook page, was begging for $20. This $20 would of course be used for wipes, diapers, and eggs for her 2-year-old child. There are now legitimate concerns to raise about...
Yeah. Jesus. I'm all for helping victims and stuff, but come on. There's a huge conflict of interest. Like, how do we know that the testimony means anything?
how the funds are being distributed to the survivors. And Max, I want to see a paper trail.
To support this effort, all donations received in October via our Patreon will be allocated for this legal process. All additional funding will be used to film this story.
So just to be clear, guys, the money is going to make more of these amazing videos and not to little kids who need diapers.
Where's the donations going towards? Not that I doubt it won't be going to a good cause for survivors. It's going to the legal case. Spencer's handling all the money.
Oh no.
I am sending it to her. She is the financial manager of the legal case.
Oh no.
So the victim is the financial manager of the entire case. And she could just take a little bit out and save it. Oh my god. Wait.
To her. Legal case, Spencer towards. Not that I doubt it won't be going to a good cause for survivors. It's going to the legal case. Spencer's handling all the...
What legal case? I thought they were going to... What do you mean? You're not going to court. What legal case is there? You don't have to. It doesn't cost anything to go to the police and file a report. I don't think. They just get caught lying here. Like what legal case? There literally isn't a legal case. You.
The money.
Oh no.
I am sending it to her. She is the financial manager of the legal case.
Oh no.
Why is one of the victims in charge of all of the money? Why are you not in charge of all of the money?
Yeah.
Ethical complaints and money trails aside, I've already told you Max's
getting worse
videos
and
on
worse as the
Camden
video
are
goes
hard
on.
to follow. I've showed you an example of how Max responds to criticism as well. Now let's take a closer look at the actual content made for this investigation. Max has released a total of 3 main channel videos on the subject matter of the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign. The first of which is titled Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer Trigger Warning.
Welcome to your programming. Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer.
About a third of this 10-minute video is a criticism of cult psychology, and not even the actual issue. Only a few minutes of the video is dedicated to both Camden and Spencer, and 1 full minute of the video is Max begging for shoutouts from large YouTubers and social media icons. The second video is longer, 25 minutes, and it's predominantly a response by Max to his critics.
Your profile picture already speaks volumes about where you're coming from.
In it, Max complains about the first video bombing, and he bitches about the creators who won't drop everything at a moment's notice and cover the all of zero evidence he's distributed thus far for the Camden
That's
cult.
so horrible.
We proactively reached out to many different reaction channels, hoping to pique their interest in engaging with a topic of such grave importance.
I like how it went from God Cult to MamaMax. Why did he go by God Cult?
Only a handful out of the tons we reached out to gave any type of feedback whatsoever.
Fun little side note, this is actually around the time that Max reached out to me and sent a psychotically worded threat for not covering the story up until this point. Your silence will not be unnoticed. Well, how'd that end up working out for you, motherfucker? At the 21-minute mark, Max throws Spencer on screen to defend him from criticism.
This video feels very exploitative itself.
Your feelings about the video Without explaining further or noted, here's a message from the survivor herself.
Oh no!
Hey everyone, I'm Spencer. I am here to talk today about some of the reactions towards the trailer. What I do not appreciate is people being offended on my behalf.
This is the first example of a pattern of behavior exhibited where Max hides behind Spencer to shield himself from criticism. Please note this now, because we will be coming back to it later. Finally, the video ends off with Max retreading a similar story of the allegations against Camden from the video I showed you earlier and in this video.
Hello friends, it's me. Oh, who the heck are you clicking on my video? Let me be the first to welcome you to my channel.
Now, number 3 is a weird one. I've gone back and forth on this, but I think I've settled on it being the worst of both worlds and a Frankenstein version of the previous 2 videos. It's another 20 minutes of weird, edgy cult psychology stuff that really makes Max sound like he read a book and a few Wikipedia pages and now thinks he's an expert. This one contains even less about the actual investigation and notably clickbaited Charlie hard. Like a predator hunter clickbaiting Moist Critical is fucking crazy.
Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation, and then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it, and now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. I had COVID. And I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And during that time, apparently, it changed his whole framing
I saw
of the
Charlie's
video
reaction
in order to
live.
make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me.
And for what? To just keep crying that nobody gives your case a free clout transaction? In response to the criticism he got, Max ended up changing the clickbait
He wanted
to
that
Sniper
clout.
Wolf
He
instead,
needed
which I
that
guess is
clout.
better for some reason because
I was gonna pay off
well, she's
Spencer.
liked less. I guess it's a little better because he doesn't just imply she's a predator like he did with Charlie. It's still weird in my personal opinion though. Alongside those 3 videos, we also have the 4-hour podcast that I previously mentioned, and it contains entirely spoken word testimony and currently lives exclusively on Spencer's personal YouTube channel. This is the most information we've gotten about Camden's supposed actions thus far, and it contains nothing actionable that a content creator can use as a foundation for a video. Finally, there were the main channel live streams, and these are by far the worst of the bunch. Much of the same spoken word testimony exists here. Much of the same poor response to criticism exists here. It's also much of the same in terms of complaining about YouTubers not signal boosting him. But the variable here is that he brings in all of Camden's victims and makes them watch as he debates random people.
I just want to start off
That is true. And then that's where lyrics
as
got
you can tell, I'm very autistic, and I just want to let you guys know that if I slip up and say the R word, I have the pass. So just so we're all clear on
Based.
that. All right.
I'm sure this
We
was
like
the
that.
productive discussion these survivors envisioned when you told us they wanted to be on the live stream. I'm sure it's what they needed to prove their legitimacy. The constant deflection and usage of survivors as meat shields is also a much more predominant issue on these live streams.
There's a way to present this, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on. It is where I'm at, and that's all I really can say about the situation. But Max, me and Nux told you about this weeks ago, almost a month at this point. Exactly what I just said right now.
Right, and I am working at the my platform is for the survivors.
His platform is also to get back at a girl that his crush's boyfriend after they don't date him, because he called the MamaMax a predator after sending someone a penis pic, and I guess it kind of ruined his life. I don't know if they're gonna like talk about it in this video, but I think Nicholas Diorio said that it really messed up his life because he had a apprenticeship at the White House and he lost it because Max called him a predator, and then all his fans just like steamrolled him pretty much.
And if they want to stream, that is what we're going to do. We're going to stream.
The nature of live content is inherently volatile. Everyone knows this. At any moment, you could say something stupid, and now it exists online in some capacity forever. I imagine you're now wondering why anyone in Max's position would want to take civilian abuse survivors and subject them to such scrutiny. I mean, they're building a case to get Camden prosecuted, right? Well, actually, as of late November, an entire month after the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign started, it sounded like we were gearing up for a civil case. Or at the very least, no one was interested in getting police
that's
involved.
what I thought too.
When's the last time that any of this has been brought to any authorities like the FBI or police?
Probably about 3 years ago.
3 years. So you guys, now that you guys
Well,
have
that was a
this
damn
commitment,
lie.
How long have you guys been sort of talking to MamaMax, or how long
For like 2.5 years.
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a case together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to, before the video, to give it to the authorities again, now that you're like all together and you can sort of go as a collective?
I mean, we could have done that, but at the same time, with the track record that we've already seen, it just didn't really seem realistic without having more of us survivors to do this.
Yes, I feel the urgency of the matter requires all of us to start bringing the survivors together. I don't want to wait for the bureaucracy of law enforcement.
I don't want to wait for my lunch to get colder.
It's already been 7 years.
That's all I hear.
With multiple reports, like that's ridiculous.
That's also another thing that like that's crazy is that I guess he had this case for like a couple years now. Because apparently, like, Spencer reached out to him, like, 3 years ago. 3+. And, he barely got to it right now. Like, I think the first thing that they did together was the podcast that they put up on Spencer's channel. And, like, that's what, they started with. And then they did the whole God cult thing. And it's just weird. It's just really weird. I think... just due to like how viral his videos used to get, he was just expecting to be welcomed with open arms. But ever since like a bunch of victims, a bunch of people came out as like, oh, so and so abused me. Like people have been asking for more and more evidence, which is kind of just kills MamaMax's whole thing of I just listen to the victims and I go on the whole thing, you know. Kind of kill his whole swag, his whole pretty much just how he ran his channel. Because I think even in his apology, that terrible thing, he was like, oh, I guess we don't listen to victims anymore. Like, no, we listen to them. It's just that we also need something to back it up, you know? You can't just stare at a smoke screen forever thinking it's a law. Like, as more and more time goes by, like, there's a bunch of YouTubers that, like, take their credibility extremely seriously. Like some ordinary gamers, for an example. He's like one of the best examples of a person that uses his platform for good. Like when he exposed the Save the Kids, and when he also got Gerard or the completionist to finally like donate the money that was rightfully supposed to be donated. Like if he came out and just like, oh yeah, this guy's a predator, then, like his whole thing, like if he went along with what MamaMax was trying to do, he'd like lose all credibility immediately, and then people wouldn't take him seriously. Like in bigger cases, like what he usually like talks about, like other crypto scams and all that. So like MamaMax really much wanted them to like take a leap of faith into like a pile of nails. It's just really weird. You need simple level 1. Yeah. That dude was just like, nah. His source could have been, I made it the fuck up for all that we know. Like, man's really didn't provide any evidence whatsoever. And expected us to be fine with it.
And that's also why we're taking them to court as well, because this is absurd.
Yeah, you heard that right. At the time of this stream, they had been working on this case for years and didn't think it was worth looping in authorities in any capacity. The last time cops even saw the Spencer case was well before she looped in MamaMax. While by all accounts this clip is absolutely unhinged, it is worth noting that Max said the exact opposite in his most recent live stream. In fact, I've already played you this clip.
So when we reached out to the lawyer, he told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets. So he recommended.
I know he's been getting caught in lies, like we've been working with lawyers and stuff, or we've been
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a
we've been working
case
on
together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to before
on
the
a
video
court case, or what was it called, a legal case?
Give it to the authorities
Even though,
again, now that you have,
like, he
you're,
literally
all
said that
together
there
and
was
can sort of
no
go as a collective to
incentive of going to jail
So
whatsoever.
he recommended that we all
That's
go
really weird.
in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction.
This means that after all the videos, streams, and podcasts were filmed, uploaded, and reacted to, Max finally went to a lawyer who basically told him his entire plan for these women completely sucked, and now he's dramatically changing course in real time. Once again, Max
God.
is unfit to be spearheading a case of this size.
I designed this trailer as a catalyst for meaningful discussions, laced with hidden layers.
Why wouldn't you start with a lawyer? Like, it's so weird that he just thought. Did he think it was like a movie where everything would just like come together and just like be solved, and everyone would sing "Kumbaya" and then the predator would be gone? Like, what kind of la la land did he live in, dude? 'Cause that mother effer ain't real.
There's nuanced elements to encourage analysis. These secrets are breadcrumbs that guide viewers toward a deeper understanding of these.
Can somebody just show us what he did? Since this situation was so poorly handled, there are still
That
things
is
I'm
true.
leaving out just to make the video watchable. But like, why would he change his channel name to God Cult? I'm sorry, I didn't mention that.
After consulting with multiple experts in cult psychology, it became clear to me that many influencers employ cult-like techniques to build and retain their audiences. For this reason, I chose to brand the channel as God Cult.
Like, for his big investigation, he made all of the video metadata unrelated to the subject matter. And he's begging us to take him seriously? Because all that accomplished was making sure his main subscriber base didn't see his big video.
Not only that, when I saw that God Cult was like a new name, I thought that was like a new channel or something that he was running, like a commentary thing. But no, it was like his actual main channel. And it's weird because I was about to unsubscribe until I realized that it was the Max channel. But I don't know, it's dumb. Like, he just kept MamaMax, like this whole. He's too much into the theatrics in order to
In reality,
just be
most people
taken too
probably thought
seriously.
they were subscribed to a YouTuber who was hacked. And this misstep
Yeah.
was not just a direct contributing factor, it is the reason his video bombed. Instead of realizing this and course correcting, the narcissistic man-child in charge blamed literally everyone else in this situation while acting like he's God's gift to abuse survivors in the same breath.
That's what I thought too. I thought he got hacked, or
Especially those who've interacted with my content
he started a
before
new channel.
would step up. Unfortunately, it seems that self-preservation outweighs child welfare for most influencers.
For someone who claims to be so righteous and humbly asking busy YouTubers for support, imagine my shock when Muda and I sat down with Max only to be berated by both him and Spencer for not doing more.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your case!
The one bringing it.
Why are you putting it all on me? Like, dude, what kind of mindset is that? Like, you're bringing it into the light. You're trying to boost her up. Of course, it has to be like good. Like, you could have just been like, oh yeah, she's starting a YouTube channel. Like, bring in the facts, bring in whatever you can that won't jeopardize your quote unquote legal case, and then just be like, oh yeah, and then also shout out to this channel where we're gonna be posting something, and then Spencer could get some clout. Like, this could have been done so much better, but MamaMax just decided to be stupid. Like, I don't... I think the whole, like, oh, I'm saving the kids got to his head because there's no reason why he couldn't just do that. Like, alright, here's a concise video of what we know about Cameron Gerard Davis. La da da da, facts, things. Just a nice concise video like he usually does. Like, he had theatrics in the middle of it, well, in the beginning, and just go straight to the case. But no, man just went theatrics throughout the whole thing, making it feel like an ARG, even though it's a real case. It's just so stupid. And then he wanted to make Spencer the main focus, which, like, dude, it's your channel. You're the main focus. People are coming to see what you're doing.
Absolutely. I am the first one.
You are the only one. You haven't convinced anyone to come on board yet.
You haven't convinced exactly.
Because you haven't been listening to.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to work with.
For months.
Yeah, and I've had a 2-hour-long call, and I'm not moving anywhere close to the situation.
Muta, why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Why can't you get more evidence for us, huh? I'm doing everything by myself. I'm paying off these chicks to get their testimony. Why aren't you helping us? Find more chicks out of the woodwork that need some money. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, why are you blaming people that are outside the case? Like, dude, it's in your ball field. It's your case. It's your story. You're supposed to be the one that's able to tell it concisely. Not only that, but back it up with some evidence. YouTubers love to think their word is true. And that's what I think happened with MamaMax. Like, I think he just got way too cocky for his, like, own good. Cause, like, all his whole thing is like, oh yeah, I catch predators. And then people thought that he actually, like, helped like kids in danger and stuff. And then following him was like an affront to God. And then I guess the whole pick a side YouTube got to his head too. Like, oh yeah, like, I'm the holy. I need to do my bad movie. I'm the holy righteousness. I am the only one that stands between kids getting diddled and. I sound like Cookie Monster. I am the one that knocks. And I need to cook. Okay. Nom 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 nom. Damn.
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else.
And mind you, this is after Max broke Mudahar's trust by using Mudahar viewing evidence privately and signing an NDA so he can't discuss what he saw as like a clout transaction so the audience will believe the evidence exists.
We have evidence in a Discord server.
With other influencers as well.
Yes, you can ask Mudahar if he's seen some of the evidence.
This is like beyond messed up. Here's a prime example of Max using Spencer as a human shield.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Let's see, I contacted you November 22nd. Max, I've seen your latest video, caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on screen.
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't spoken to the other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as f***, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Mudahar. Stand back, Spencer. Can you tell him what you felt? You are literally just a little snake hiding behind her, dude. That's disgusting.
Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
Max is upset that
He
Muda
really
is going
using
against
her as a
him
human
and
shield.
flings
Jesus
Spencer
Christ.
at him like a rag doll. Since you already know about the leaked recordings, you should also probably know about the nature of Max's evidence and how Max has come to his conclusions that he's expressed about Camden Gerard Davis.
Well, I addressed him as a cult leader and sexual predator because that's how he's been described by the survivors. And even testimonials themselves serve as evidence in a court of law. So to me, that is all.
Testimonials under oath. That's their whole point. That they can't lie, and if they're found out lying, they're liable to perjury. That's why witness testimonies are only used in the court of law when they're under oath. Because if you get caught lying, it's over for you. Like, you lose your freedom. You become a criminal. That's... Oh my God. Is he really gonna... Does he not know that? Like, Jesus Christ. Does he think that witness testimony should be taken as like the full truth and nothing but the truth, just because I said so? Like I could be like, oh yeah, on MamaMax licked my butthole against my will. Boom, it's out in the open. I guess it's 100% true now. Huh? I got diddled by MamaMax when I was 20. He pulled the James Charles on me. Evidence, I made it the fuck up. Alright, it came out of my mouth. That's my testimony. Can I prove it? Nope. But it's my testimony. It's out there. It's out there now. Jesus Christ, dude.
All of the evidence I need to say this man is a sexual predator and cult leader.
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
I'm sorry?
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
It was everything. It was the evidence that was already there. It was the amount of them. It was the consistent.
Alright, cool then. MamaMax is also a rapist and a predator too. Because 5 people came out and said that against him. Oh my god. He's not taking victims seriously. I will bring down MamaMax. And I will be Mama, Papa, Grandpa Rick. I don't know. Abuelo Juan.
And it was
but like you see the fallacy in that. Like imagine if I said, Max, you're a rapist, and Nick was to say, oh well, that's a statement of fact because Muda made this statement, and back.
You don't have to say Muda made the statement. Say 5 girls said it.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened.
Well,
5 girls said it.
yes,
about you.
After they were in a group chat together for 3 months, after changing their allegations.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Alright. Cameron Gerard Davis was fine until you gave him a monetary reason to go after him, a monetary reason to take their story publicly. Started getting people out of the woodwork, you know. It can work both ways, dude. Like, legit. No one knew about Cameron Gerard Davis. They were fine with keeping it hidden for God knows how long. I guess 3 years now. Then as soon as they saw their ability to make money off of it, due to you, they started coming out of the woodwork. You got 5 people in this. All because they saw dollar signs. But hey, I guess it only happens. I guess it only applies if it's against people that MamaMax doesn't like. But if it's against him, nah, it don't work. It don't work like that. I'm always right. Stupid, dude.
What group chat are you in? The evidence server with all of the girls?
There
Got
is
him.
evidence in there. It's not just them plotting to take down
But there was
Camden.
evidence in the other one too, right? You
Yeah,
did
there
go
was
on her
evidence that
Facebook and
wasn't available
post
either.
the self-harm stuff. You did like all those social media messages and stuff like that. That was you, right? Be it not the most important part of the story, clearly, but like it's not like they just lied about you.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
You were like at the social media part where you
Got
posted
him.
the self-harm video on.
Got
That
him.
was real, correct?
Oh yes, that was real.
Oh man, allegations are evidence. Our professional P-word hunter has gone to the same law school as Flamenco. Yes, your ears do not deceive you. A man who himself has been accused of abuse by 5 of his former friends and exes. Max believes that spoken word testimony is more than enough to make the claims he's made here. This justification has been used to dox Camden's mother and swing his audience of
Christ.
rabid abuse
This is so
survivors
bad.
in her direction. According to Spencer, Camden's mother had absolutely no knowledge of Spencer living in her home for the entirety of the 4 months she was there. According to Spencer, Camden does not even live with his mother currently. There is no acceptable excuse why Camden's family was
They really
doxxed
just
and
doxed an innocent
targeted
woman.
by
Holy
Mama
crap.
Max. While
This
discussing
is
this
getting
case,
worse and
there have
worse.
also been real concerns at who Max refers to each time he talks about lawyers.
Okay, so look at what I just sent you.
Yeah, you send me a chat GPT prompt, not a fucking legal definition.
I mean, we can argue legal semantics all we want.
No,
We are not
not
lawyers.
semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max. You're going in with evidence that can't be 100% corroborated. You're going in with...
Oh no! He didn't call Saul, he called fucking ChatGPT, god damn it. Oh no. Oh no no. He really caught ChatGPT.
Allegations as an evidence.
Why are we talking to your lawyer, ChatGPT, right now? Like, what the fuck is going on?
You know, if I make a video on this, this is what I have to work with. How do you honestly think I can take your side? Logically, if you were...
Oh,
if tomorrow,
no.
like, oh, where's Max getting his legal definitions? Oh, ChatGPT. We'll read it together.
ChatGPT understands the legal system.
While I fully believe that MamaMax is speaking to legitimate lawyers in some capacity, sending us something like this to explain his position is absolutely
This is
absurd, and I
horrible.
find it funny that he wants us to take him seriously. Quite possibly the biggest bombshell in regard to the Camden case, and...
Wait, so where's the money going? Like legit, his lawyer's ChatGPT. That's free. No, I guess it costs money if you get like the good one, and Shingon one. But like, where's the money going? Hopefully they ask him where it goes, because Jesus Christ, like, I'm pretty sure his Patreon gets like a good amount, and then I think he had a GoFundMe at one point too. So that also probably made a good amount. It was back then when people like were like, oh, it's MamaMax. He's doing something good with it. Jesus Christ. Hopefully Mudohard doesn't get on his... Well, I hope it does, but for like Max's declining, I guess, relativity, he better hope that Mudohard doesn't start just going on a chase down for the paper trails, because if we find out where the money's going and it isn't being allocated correctly, I'm pretty sure we can, well, people that donated can sue them for like fraud or something. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that is it is a form of fraud. It's not embezzlement. It's what's the word? Not bait and switch. That's for businesses. But that I don't remember it off the top of my head. It's what Gerard could have been misuse of funds, I think.
No, shockingly, it wasn't the allegations or evidence thing, is that MamaMax hasn't even seen all of his own evidence yet.
You are putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said. You said you only verified Spencer's evidence. You didn't even properly analyze or timeline the evidence of the other victims. That's not putting words into your mouth. That's literally repeating.
Can you allow me to clarify them?
Sure, clarify this, please.
I am in the server where they are posting evidence. Not all of them have walked me through what the evidence is as to what the context is.
Okay. So you can't verify the evidence then?
What does that mean I can't verify it?
You can't verify what they're...
Can I have a definition? It means that you don't know where it's coming from. You can't validate it. At this point, I think he's just pretending to be stupid, because there is no way that he's this dumb. Like, if someone told me, like, hey, verify that you have a license, like, I'm like, all right, cool, here's a state ID. Like, that's me verifying who I am. If you can't get like a time, place, or any of like crucial details for a eyewitness testimony, it's pretty much just hearsay. like, how much work did he actually put into this damn case? It just seems like he got Spencer's testimony and just ran with it. Said, fuck it, we ball, and just went with it. And how much is Spencer, like, at this point, I'm just wondering how much of the truth she's, like, embellishing and how much is true, how much is false, how much, like, because she's making money either way. Like, she's getting an income off of this. She's getting a new channel. Like, I'm pretty sure they're not going to go anywhere at this point, because if she gets found out lying, gets found out that she's misusing the funds, it's all over for her. Or them. Or they. I don't know what they go by. It's all over for Spencer. I'll just go like that. But there's no legal case. I guess she could say that she's getting therapy, which is like a lot, I think, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure. I haven't personally been, but this is horrible, and I'm pretty. I hate to say it. I hate to accuse them of misusing funds because I can't verify it, MamaMax. See, I'm saying allegedly this whole damn time because I can't verify it. I don't have a paper trail. I don't have where the money's going. I'm not your accountant. I don't know anything. That's what I'm saying. They might have. See how it's not certain? Because that's how testimonies work. If I'm not certain of something, I could be charged for defamation. Something that you probably will be.
Posting is legitimate.
It means that there's a much larger issue here. Not only do we have no idea what's going on, it seems like you don't know what's going on.
I do know what's going on. I don't know the complete story.
You're the complete story. That's your job, just to get the complete story out there. You understand how crazy this sounds?
That is what we are working on.
Why did they come to you? I don't understand. You clearly have never done anything like this before.
And that is why I've been asking for help.
Why the hell did you make a statement of fact calling somebody a pedophile when you couldn't even properly walk?
Are we gonna keep arguing this?
Yes!
Yeah, we are. We have.
That's the whole. He can't really be this dumb. He just can't, right? He's just trolling right now. He's memeing. He's actually just memeing. He has to be, because if someone this dumb has tricked us for this long, I feel embarrassed to be a human.
Have to keep arguing it because you clearly don't understand the ramifications of what you're doing to this.
Because you're setting it up for the guy who potentially, like, molested and abused tons of women to take the money you've given these victims in court in a civil case.
I'm going to tell you right now, I actually believe the victims. I think that there is some malfeasance involved, but how you've handled this case and how you've been doing this call so far, you know who has a grounds to sue you? You know who has some credibility to win now? It's Camden.
Not only is this guy not going to go in jail, you're going to end up paying him, bro. You're going to give him
Sir,
money.
do you want to read what you read to me earlier?
Yeah, this case is a shit show. It feels like every single answer creates 10 more questions. But what I refer to as an unacceptable negligent failure on the part of MamaMax, some others might try to dismiss as mistakes or being in over his head. So we're gonna have to go deeper, which is fine for me because these things are usually for.
I am honestly super confused. I don't know how he doesn't know how to run a case. Like, it's literally just gathering evidence, having enough to like make a claim, and then just go with it. But Jesus Christ, how can you not know that you need to verify evidence? Like you can't just take witness testimony and just say that, or else so many people would be like charged with murder because the source was, trust me, bro.
4 to 6 feet deep, anyways.
Corpse. I know you have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself.
You owe me one.
You reached out after years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital. hospital tending to my sick girlfriend, and you kept trying to rush me home to do you a huge favor. So, how about you do me the fucking favor this time and talk about something besides yourself for once?
He also seems like an extremely petty person. Like, not only with the corpse thing, but with the Charlie thing. Like, he could have just like waited for a little bit longer. He's probably busy, which he was. Well, he wasn't busy, but he was sick. But like, he just seems so vindictive and ready to strike. Like, if you need to be at his whim, at his time. You need to have his answers, his replies. Like, you need to do everything for him. Like, he's just gonna be a figure piece at this point. And I think that's all he really took himself as, a figure piece. That if you win against, you're pretty much a predator.
It will give you a good look.
I legitimately have no idea why people are surprised. This guy literally does this every single year. He does weird shit like this every single year. This was another video about predators. Max clout begging is not something new for this case. In reality, Max has been doing this for years in his stupid fake voice. In fact, a lot of the creators he had on board jumped ship after the hashtag #PickAside YouTube fiasco just last year.
Susan Wojcicki, stop fucking lying to us every time you have to give a statement. Either do something good for this.
This was another video about predators.
Check those out.
Max clout begging is not something new for this case. In
'Cause
reality,
he did
Max has
scatter
been
a
doing
couple
this
of them,
for
and
years.
that's part of
in
the
his
leaked
stupid
phone
fake
call.
voice. In
So I'll
fact,
try to
a lot
like
of the
play it through my
creators he
phone
had
or
on
something.
board jumped ship after the hashtag
Or it might be an
#PickAside
unlisted
YouTube
video. I'm pretty
fiasco
sure I can
just
just like
last
type
year.
the thing.
Susan Wojcicki, stop fucking lying to us every.
Damn, it was right there. Oh wait, it's period and dot, right? There it is. Boom.
Introducing your champion.
I have that on my phone. Alright. Oh, and if you have your phones out, that's a QR code. Use it if you're on your PC, or just, I don't know, screenshot it and then try to use a QR reader. Because Nicholas Diorio went on Turkey Tom's stream and said that he posted QR codes of parts of the leaked call of the unlisted videos about the call between him, Muda, and MamaMax. And they're gonna have little pieces of information, so I'll try to get all of them throughout this whole video, and probably just post them into the video that I'm gonna do later.
Every time you have to give a statement, either do something good for this site once in your fruitless life, or step the fuck down.
Dude, I think that's why she quit. You got him.
You gonna talk about the YouTube controversy? Is it the whole pick a side thing? I said this about the last thing he did. I think that's the absolute worst way of going about anything ever.
Look, Max being a cringy clout demon is already common knowledge for most, and not really worth investigating further for this video. I just wanted to point this out for newcomers. The real tea on Max's history is related to his previous investigations. Since Max is representing at least 8 survivors currently, how many predators has Max put away in the past?
Is there any proof or evidence that MamaMax has not just got anyone charged or prosecuted? Is there any proof that he's even got anyone arrested that we can see?
Well, 2 years ago we spoke, and he claimed a man by the name of Pablo Sonny was arrested.
I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. I don't know if the police
they're
asked
gonna
him to
come out
come
and
back,
say that he
or he
didn't
went
get him
on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time. time.
That's all well and good, but Max has been doing this for 5 years, and one single arrest is not really substantial. We also don't really know what happened to that guy. Hardly a success story, wouldn't you say? The main takeaway that I want people to understand is that we don't know how many predators Max has even caught. Look, people can test it.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. I guess MamaMax had some my bad, filling up my water bottle. I guess MamaMax had some child exploitation material on a mega folder to get people, I guess, or some, I don't know, for whatever reason, and his mega got shut down. So that's that's wild.
But unfortunately, we just...
And also, I guess the FBI is on this case, so we might see a MamaMax go to prison too for. And I bet I hear someone say, "You either in a deep voice, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain."
Don't know. We don't have proof of how many predators Max has caught.
Do you think that MamaMax has any arrests? Like, do you think he's ever actually gotten a predator arrested?
I have no idea. Obviously, you're gonna say no, right?
You were in one of his videos, right? Like, he had you in a video.
Yeah.
Had you ever, like, watched his content before you agreed to that?
A little bit, but it was pretty hard for me to get through, honestly.
In one of Max's Predator expose videos, the Discord Max infiltrates, quote unquote, isn't real. He created it with footage to retell his story.
Which basically forced my hand into joining these closed-off communities where they could easily get to me.
So basically, he says he's in this roly-polies Nanakarobi Yoki, but this is his server that he's set up. He's the admin or mod for this server because you can see he's got the cog icon. Go to your Discord. If you go to a Discord, you see you won't have that if you're not an admin or moderator. But that means that that's your server. You're the admin. You've set that up. And the thing is, what people would argue is like, oh well, but you know, he's doing that because he's doing it for the sake of the video. And it's like, okay, well, where's the evidence that he did this thing that he's claiming that he did, joining this server and putting it, you know, he's out here claiming that he's putting himself in danger.
So now it's just up in the air at how much of Max's Predator allegations are actually real. Sure, this detail is largely inconsequential to the story and may appear to just be me reaching. I like to call it laying the groundwork, but nevertheless, we don't know how much of Max's content he's willing to fake. We just don't know. But the last one is the real damning thing here. A long Reddit post went up that piqued my interest recently. Calm down, H-Bomber guy. I'm gonna credit the dude. Maximum Platypus 69 raised a lot of interesting questions about multiple MamaMax previous videos. Remember, if you think we're reaching, this guy hunts predators. There should not be this many questions about things he might have faked in the video. But the one that stood out to me was Max's video on IMVU.
I find the agonizing screams of hundreds of my children pleading for justice after their abuse on IMVU. I hear you, and you will go through this alone no more. We will help you.
If you don't know, IMVU is a 3D avatar social networking application. In this video, Max claimed a user named Casey was exploited by Pablo Sunny. Yes, if you've been paying attention, Pablo Sunny is also coincidentally the only predator that Max was able to get arrested. He claimed it was because of this video. The Reddit poster takes issue with a story of a victim named Casey, whose only friend on IMVU was Pablo. Max claims to have reverse image searched Casey's Naruto profile pic to a YouTube channel. On this YouTube channel, Max claims he
yes, the Naruto pic, only known for that YouTube channel. And can't be replicated in a bunch of different other places. It's just that one Naruto channel. It could have been one of hundreds, but nah, that one. We ball.
Miraculously got access to Casey's unlisted videos she posted. I don't think I have to tell you this, but that's really convenient. And I'm going to tell you anyway. We are currently approaching Dream's Minecraft world record Ender Pearl luck on this Predator investigation. But don't worry, there's more. On her account, there was a video titled, "This is where you raped and killed me that showcased a bloody white sheet in the woods. Maximum Platypus 69 correctly pointed out that the vast majority of Max's abuse survivor audience interpreted this as Casey either being deceased or taking her own life following the unlisted video's release. Max would respond later in a Q&A, and it was really awkward.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it? Yeah, that's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about Casey. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that yes, she's okay.
All right, guys. I also know a victim. I cannot say her name. I cannot say her information. I can't give you a name, but just know that she's all right. You know, she's fine. She's doing good. She's not at all a figment of my imagination. No, sorry. We're honest in this channel. This is God's channel. Remember that. Never forget. And the evidence. My word is my evidence. And if you have a problem with that, well, do better. Do better to listen to the victims. You know, you're endangering them, and you're a bad person. You're disagreeing with me, and I hope God forgives you for not agreeing with me. BB.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, thank God. I didn't even know that. Holy shit. That's something I wanted to actually jump in VC with you about at some point.
But
thank God.
Let's not talk about it. There's a lot I want to say about it, but I can't talk about it.
Yeah, we'll respect her privacy too. We'll respect the
exactly.
secrets for now. Thank you, Max, for that very relieving update.
So apparently, Casey is alive, but many have pointed out that aside from Max's spoken word testimony, if you will, there is no concrete proof that Casey ever existed. Like, at all. Like, at the time of Max's upload, Casey's accounts were deleted. Look, it's one thing to recreate a piece of media to tell a full story of what really happened, and it's another to create
He made
an
a whole
entire
ARG
human
about a predator.
being and plop them down in an active predator investigation because you're a filmmaker.
Oh my. This is getting so much worse. Like, dude, you could just be like, oh yeah, this guy's a predator. I ran this sting operation. I created this fake alias known as Blank to try to see if he'd take the bait. You know, just pretty much just do an EDP. It's like 445 cupcake situation. But no, he. Jesus Christ.
But what was the cost?
Everything. A teenage girl, known only as the moniker KC157434, takes her own life after being groomed and raped by a man she met on the platform.
Is this girl Casey even a real person? He claims in his video that he found her no subscriber YouTube channel through a reverse image search using her profile picture of the game IMVU, where he then hacked this girl's YouTube channel and found an unlisted video called "This Is Where You and Killed Me," which is a video that shows assumingly Casey filming the site of her rape and has bloody sheets and a pillow in the middle of the woods. So if the narratives are fake, you not only lied about her death, but also that she was raped too, and made up this whole Batman ARG fake story that you would hackers behind the scenes get into her YouTube channel and find this secret encrypted unlisted video that she uploaded days before like herself. This is nuts.
Take a look at the post. I'll link it down below. While I
Appreciate
will
the
say the
follow.
OP's evidence is fairly compelling, much like the other 3 allegations I have just levied, there is unfortunately no concrete proof that Max is lying or faking anything. But what if there was? What if this entire segment was just backstory for the biggest nuke that I've ever dropped in my 5 years on YouTube? Oh wait, I forgot. Leaked call.
Oh no. Are you dipping too, Max?
I'm down to keep talking to you if you have more questions.
Don't be fooled now, you haven't seen anything yet. In fact, any of the 3 upcoming reveals in isolation would be career-ending for really any YouTuber in Max's field. I also think what you're about to see will be fairly shocking to his audience of sexual abuse survivors that he's farmed for cash month after month on Patreon. For that reason, alongside transparency, I will allow the next 8 excruciating minutes to play unimpeded, and I will only rejoin you after Max Striker's reputation has been thoroughly eviscerated. At the 1-minute mark, your mind will be blown. At the 5-minute mark, you'll be thinking it can't possibly get any worse, and around 2.5 minutes later, you'll realize it can. And it is. Enjoy.
All right, let me just
Recently,
focus on this
people have
completely.
been saying that your investigations kind of skew the line between fact and fiction because they're finding things that you've created as context for the video. I think people are pointing to the Discord
investigations are
server
fake?
that you were an admin of when you were showing it. The lawsuit that you changed the name or whatever. How much of what you do is kayfabe and how much of it is legitimately like live? This is the investigation. Here it is.
So, the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. There's
What
multiple
films?
reasons. Like, for example, the admin thing on the Discord server, I had to recreate it.
Yeah,
that was a recreation because I didn't have the originals. The IMVU thing, I wasn't. I don't know why people are saying like it's a film. Like I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
but wait, you
all
hunt files.
Do you have like a Twitter or something that I can?
So that's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I
think your videos,
people would take it as if it were. I wasn't. I don't know why people are saying like it's a film. Like I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
but wait, you
all
hunt files.
So pretty much he's admitting that everything being a lie. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I don't think he's gonna respond to this. I think this is over for MamaMax. Like legit, your whole thing is support me on Patreon, not to make films, but to continue investigations and stuff. I'm pretty sure people can file a class action lawsuit on you now. You know what? Allegedly. I need to add that because I don't know the law quite like MamaMax does. let me whip out ChatGPT to see if I can get a lying to make money illegal. Let's see. If you make a material misrepresentation in order to get someone to party with committed fraud. Lying also becomes, let's see. Is it illegal to lie to anyone or anything? Alright. So you won't necessarily get arrested for lying to friends and families and making false statements to police, prosecutors, courts, and federal agencies constitutes a crime. Making false statements to police, persecutors, courts, and federal agencies is a crime. Lying also becomes illegal when used to obtain money, property, or services that cause damages or losses. I'm watching the Nicholas Diorio video about MamaMax. What up, Aspect? My bad. I'm just reading fraud because that's what MamaMax is probably gonna get charged with. Because apparently his whole thing about being a predator hunter was just an embellishment of an actual investigation, which he did ask people to support him on Patreon. So I guess that could be classified as fraud because he did get money off of people who thought that they were gonna help bring some predators down, but they just helped them make a better story, I guess.
You don't think that people are gonna think your videos are real?
So that's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a people's face and what they're doing. Like, because obviously that's all.
So everything is fake unless I dox someone or post their picture, leak their pictures.
Except like when I show a people's face and what they're doing. Like, because obviously that's all.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, sorry. I know I said unimpeded. My bad. Won't happen again.
So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume every.
Which one was it?
My bad. Won't happen again.
So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a pedo's face and what they're doing. Like, because obviously that's all real, and that's why we include like Mega Drive links to show like fake. This is the full evidence. This is all real.
No.
Everything else should be considered fake, whether it's real or not. Like if I'm sending viruses, everything else should be considered the full evidence. This is all real. Everything else should be considered.
It's not working anymore. No.
Considered fake, whether it's real or not. Like if I'm sending viruses to a pedo, whether that's fake or real, that's on purpose, because I don't want people to know if I'm actually sending viruses to pedos, because that's implicating myself.
Okay. So I guess the next logical question from there is just asking, because now it's come up saying like, well, you've never been to court.
That's terrible, dude.
What have you done? What is the most substantial outcome of a predator hunt that you've done? What is the final nail in the coffin? You're like, if you had to go tell somebody, oh, what do you do? What does Max Striker do? What's your proudest moment?
Honestly, the hunting pedos isn't my proudest aspect. The thing I'm proud of is inspiring those who are CSA survivors to fight back.
That is a complete lie. He has come. Oh my God. Why is he lying right now? Legit. I'm gonna look up another video right now, but he legit goes on record as saying that catching predators is one of his proudest things. Like it gives him pride. It gives him like a sense of being a hero, which is what he wanted in one of his earlier videos. Like he wanted to be super. I'm gonna pull up that video. I think it's lyrics. Oh, Muda Hard dropped this thing. Oh my God. We'll be watching that
Have
too.
you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know it.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you've got someone arrested, and it was because of your video. Just to be clear, would you like to re-answer that question?
I've been emailed stuff like, "Hey, you got this guy arrested. Congratulations."
You went on and you said this guy was arrested. It was because of me. It was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say. That was my...
What? You legit said it! Oh no! Yeah, MamaMax is done. I'm sorry, dude. Your career is over. Camden Gerard Davis won. The vampire predator won. He's gonna go diddle some more kids now just because. Oh my God.
Video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled
it's
to the
all
Philippines.
ogre.
So was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? Did that ever even happen?
Yes, he did. All we know is that his last location we picked him up from was Mexico. Whether he fled to the Philippines or not, we don't know. We just know he has family there, and that's the most likely destination they would go to.
But he was in, like, so he was arrested. That was...
This is so bad.
Pablo Sonny? I don't think so. I think he got away.
Dude, what the
Yeah, if he was arrested, I have no idea.
Why did you tell me he was arrested? You said Pablo Sonny was arrested and my video did it. Why did you lie to me on my show?
Do you have a clip of that?
Yes. It's in something I'm currently editing. Oh.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I think there's even a video on YouTube. Actually, can you just jump in the screen share? I'll just pull it up.
Max! Nicholas Diorio out here like Agent Colton and damn LA Noir. I think you're lying. press X to doubt on every. Oh my god, dude. He caught him in his own lie. That is upsetting. I guess. I'm just surprised that someone this dumb has been fooling people for so long. Like I thought he was doing good stuff too, but I guess not. I guess he just legit found someone that was a predator and just made a whole like embellished story about him, and then just took like the W of imaginary catching him in La La Land. Apparently, this is so bad. This is terrible. This is just why, Max? You made your whole personality catching predators, and now you're telling us that you just made it the fuck up. Good God.
Somebody archived it.
I guess I can hear stuff, but I can't see anything.
Perfect. That's all you need because the visual is a drawing. This is the 2 clips, contrasting clips of Pablo Sonny. What is your primary goal? Is that then? There's no. What's your other?
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. Right. The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game.
And you also made it about an imaginary girl that got groomed and R-worded by him too. But I guess that was also fake. Just like this whole damn story.
Right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being imprisoned?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like find him, and we did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said find him, and then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information, and they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico.
Wow.
I don't know if the police. He was.
Damn, MamaMax in this universe sounds like he was damn the Batman, dude. All I needed was a name, and then he tracked him down. Good lord. Where's that MamaMax when we need him? The Weasel timeline got him. That's the only reply that I want to hear. It was the Weasel timeline. It did it. We had the good Max up until the Weasel went into the Atom Collider. The Quadron. What the hell is it called?
He's from Canada. So I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
As all terrible people are.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if the police asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
Right now?
So you lied.
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that, like, this is your biggest crown achievement, that you got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico. All the police...
Just like Spencer didn't remember that he also claimed to be... that Cameron Gerard Davis claimed to be Lucifer until the person brought it up. But, you know, we're in the business of making stuff up, I guess. So I guess now I should say that I am pregnant with MamaMax's baby due to him R-wording me. My source, I made it the F up, and if he tries to take me to court, he can't, because defamation isn't a thing according to him. You know. I'm just doing a bit. I'm just having a good time. I'm just chilling, you know. I'm just a lad. I'm just a kid.
Police custody shit. That was.
I'm a victim.
That was only shit I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me. I did it. MamaMax, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that.
Thank you.
After he got all the clout, yeah, you know what? Well, that's not right. I should have done better. Oh well, you can let people know after the fact I got big off of being a supposed predator catcher that, you know, I don't think it's cool that I made it up. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's Gucci. You know what? Put this on the statement. I, MamaMax, do not think that lying is cool.
So that was one
And
of
that's
the
on
major points
God.
of contention. Last question. This is an ethical question, one of my favorite types of questions. In your previous investigations, what have you done to ensure that the evidence you're passing over to police is sufficient to get, prosecution? And what precautions do you take to make sure it's usable in a court of law?
So with Wayne's probably the best one. I mean, we literally had him in a voice call. Like, it's like the Mega Drive. Like, it's literally us saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, yeah, I want you to ride me, and shit like that. To what he thinks is a 14-year-old, and we verified that by telling him, like, I don't know, I'm young, I don't know, I'm only 14. I think that should be sufficient to put him in prison. But the law says otherwise, I suppose, because as far as I know, he hasn't been imprisoned, and people have been taught. I received an email that someone
What's this about?
put him in prison. We want you to ride me. Yep. The Mega Drive. Like, it's literally us saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, yeah, I want to see your pussy. I want to see, like, I want you to ride me, and shit like that. To what he thinks is a 14-year-old, and we verified that by telling him, like, I don't know, I'm young, I don't know, I'm only 14. I think that should be sufficient to put him in prison. But the law says
but that's
otherwise,
entrapment.
I suppose, because as far as I know, he hasn't been imprisoned, and people have been taught. I received an email that someone was going to talk to the deputy about why he hasn't been arrested, and I'm also actually going to start interviewing police local to me as to why pedophiles don't get arrested, because I know they all want to arrest them. It's just the law.
It's because you need sufficient evidence. Like, if the kid is with them, that is sufficient evidence that they were gonna do something with the minor. You need evidence, Max. It's that easy. You just need 100% concrete evidence. That's why I can say I'm gonna go, I don't know, take a dump at a school. I'm not gonna get arrested until I actually take a dump at a school. I can say it all day, every day, that I'm gonna go take a poop at a Subway. And as long as I don't do it, I can't get arrested for that crime because it's not concrete. It's just my word. The words of a madman. But how does he not get this?
Binds them.
So you've never actually gotten a pedophile arrested?
Not to my knowledge.
So your content is just making fun of pedophiles online?
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors to fight back. And
You legit shell your Patreon as, oh, I need funds to... no, wait, I need to do my MamaMax voice. I need funds to help me catch predators. And the only way you can do that is if you support me on Patreon. Like, legit, that's your whole spiel. That's your whole personality. And you're not even doing that in 5 years. 5 years, my boy. And you haven't done that. You just found people that say that are creeps online and make whole embellished stories, and then dun you wrap it up in a bow that of you just like completing everything. Like, oh yeah, he's arrested now, and then the prison gang got him, and then mama said and then like, dude, what are you doing? I thought you were the chosen one. You were supposed to bring down the pedos, not join them.
if I can If I can do that, then I feel like I've done an adequate job.
So as it turns out, it was
Like, he never even told the victims to come forward, I don't think. He was always just like, yeah, we need help catching this guy. Not, if any victims of this guy have any, like, things, any experiences with him, come. That wasn't until he did the God Cult thing, that he did the Cameron Joy Davis case. Like, legit, your whole, MamaMax's whole personality was, I catch pedos. That was legit his whole thing. That was what MamaMax was. Well, it used to be hentai edits, but then he became a damn predator hunter. He became the new Chris Hansen, but I guess like Chris Hansen, he couldn't get any damn arrests.
never a question of.
But at least Chris Hansen was doing it in good faith. Like, he actually wanted to take them out on the street. He actually put their names out there. Like, could they have done anything? No, but now people know to be worried about those individuals. All he gave us was a name. Like, I don't know, this is just hard. As an old MamaMax viewer, this is difficult to watch.
Conviction. No wonder Max has never been to court before. In his 5 years of playing dress-up predator hunter, Max was never even able to secure so much as an arrest. As it turns out, all you need to be a distinguished predator hunter on YouTube is to farm inadmissible evidence by pretending you're a minor and sexting those predators. In fact, let the record show, we can count at least one time Max has sent pictures of his own ass to perverts online so they can record themselves beating off to it. But we can't count at least one time Max has investigated a predator that has led to an arrest.
I could not get his name, his personal social media, and above all else, I could not get his face, at least until I sent him a picture of my ass. Oh shit! And yes, that is my actual ass. So why don't you go to Patreon and support me seeing my
Double
ass
cheeked up on a Tuesday. God damn.
after my ass makes them horny enough to send me a picture of their face that I then publish to all of you.
Somebody get this
That way
guy's
you drop it.
Patreon.
I
We
never
need
said
to
an
fund this
ass like
operation
that.
more.
That
So
way you
just to
drop it.
clarify,
And
the
if
vast
you go,
majority of
doing,
Max's
doing,
content
doing.
is fake. He's flabbergasted that you stupid viewers thought it was real. He's also lied about getting arrested to try to bolster his credibility in the past, and he can't even keep his.
This is so bad. This is terrible. Hey, but he do got a fatty though. That's all I'm gonna say, big fella.
Story straight now. Finally, when asked what he does to make sure his investigations are ethical and could.
He also kind of insulted himself. He said he had a little girl butt. That's so wild. I would even. So not only is he that's not distribution, because you actually have to send him like bad stuff. But like, you know what? I can give him a let me give him one positive. He didn't actually use a child to get things from the people.
Could lead to prosecution, Max more or less confirms that he's a content vigilante with no ethical framework for serious stories. I hope now it's become evident why he responds so dramatically to the slightest criticism. Max is a liar. Max is a con artist. And now everyone knows it.
Is there a single person that MamaMax can point to that he can claim conclusively was arrested as a result of one of his investigations or reports?
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know.
If you actually watched his other videos, like the one on IMVU, he tried to do the exact same thing.
Because it's a scam!
He caught MVP.
Because it's a scam!
Tommy C was right this whole time.
That he claims he got one person in jail, but he won't reveal their identity.
Yes, because it's a scam.
The IMVU thing.
Tommy C is a prophet.
I don't know why people are saying
So
like,
I guess we are going to see Chris Chan on the Lolcow podcast eventually.
To be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like, so I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a pedo's face and what they're doing.
What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes? How many people have you actually caught?
I've never been to court.
Oh, well then shit, that makes sense then. There you go, folks.
I'm glad
you're a vigilante for views only. You're a vigilante for views only.
He was a fraud
So you've
this
never
whole time.
actually gotten a pet.
Allegedly. But the way this thing, if he does take me to court, I
not
can
to my knowledge.
allegedly
so your
say
content
that
is just making fun of pedophiles online.
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors.
It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And it
was that as a result of your video, or was
Yes.
that prior to the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You went on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was
You know what?
because of me, it was because of my
If I'm MamaMax right now, I'm gonna just pull a Cameron Gerard Davis and say, you know what? When I do my deep voice, that's my second
But
personality.
then you said recently
that has
that
nothing to do
fled the
with me,
Philippines. So
MamaMax.
was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? Did
That
ever
is
even happen?
Papa.
Pablo Sonny?
Papa Maxu.
I think so. I think he got away.
I'm using you to deflect criticism. I am still getting criticism.
Bruh.
How are they shielding? They're not shielding me from anything. I am still getting criticism.
People have been
Hey,
playing
dude.
hard for so long.
You are using her as a shield. It's just that it's been so long. Like you've been using the I'm a predator hunter shield so many times that it broke, and now you're not. You're gonna be held to contempt, dude. Like your shield doesn't work forever. It's like I guess the best example would be it's kind of like Dark Souls. You can't block forever with the same thing. You gotta eventually either parry or do something. But I guess MamaMax wouldn't know that because all he knows is how to make fake videos, how to write up a fake story about a real person, a real predator, and embellish how he caught him red-handed by sending him a booty pic, a delicious dumpy pic. But no, whatever. At this point, like Jesus Christ. I'm gonna call my main thing and unsub from MamaMax. Is Jesus Christ, dude. This is so bad. Like we've just witnessed what seemed to be an untouchable force get destroyed by their own ego, by their own just carelessness, really. Because if Gerard Davis is a predator, he could just do like, oh yeah, they defamed me throughout this whole ordeal, so they can throw out the whole case probably. Or even if he does go to prison, he's still gonna get a bag before that. Like he'll hit that prison looking lavish.
Survivors shield from criticism. I have never shielded myself from. I almost always just get criticism. Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Accessing your Wikipedia caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams.
You went on with.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Mudahar. Stand back, Spencer. Can you tell him what you felt? You are literally just a little snake hiding behind her, dude. That's disgusting.
Can you listen to me?
The majority of advantage of them. It's the perfect grift, really. Why would you criticize a guy who's going after predators? Why would you put in work to do it right? That doesn't pay well. Just blame the police. I mean, people already hate the police, right?
I don't want to wait for the bureaucracy.
OBS disconnected for a little bit.
Law enforcement to take their time when it's already been 7 years with multiple reports. Like that's ridiculous. And that's also why we're taking them to court as well, because this is absurd.
He's taking everyone to court apparently, but with no demo.
Your first girlfriend, and you came right as she touched your leg. It was me. I jerked you off at super speed, so it seemed like you nutted at just a woman's touch.
There's one more topic on the docket that
He
we
actually
need to
did
discuss.
put it in.
I mentioned earlier that Max's exes and former friends have come together to
Face
accuse him of
Diorio.
abuse. This is not something I feel equipped to discuss at this moment in time, and that would be for a separate video by a separate creator. What I can talk about is the allegation that Max levied against the video's creator, Magnetar, before his real name became known as Anthony Field.
Anthony Field, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
Anthony has essentially had his life ruined by MamaMax. The call out led to his job getting bombarded, and the emails received were disgusting. It's one thing to be falsely accused by some loser online, like I'm Alex, and it's another thing for a respected predator hunter to make claims he is completely unable to prove against you. The allegations levied by Max are completely unsubstantiated by his own admission. The only people who claim to have seen the unobtainable proof of this interaction occurring is an undisclosed girl and Max's own sister. Max has every reason to slander this person, as they are the vessel of the allegations being made against him. Ignoring Max's previously unknown history of lies, I'm still going to need to see more proof than my sister's friend told me this occurred. The reality is, Max's credibility alone carried this allegation.
Now, it turns out that the guy who orchestrated the video
might be a right.
Might be a yeah. Who sent out
Where does it end?
Man, big ups on Mudahar.
like
He apologized to Magnetar for insinuating what he did, which he didn't really need to, because he didn't concretely say, because Mudahar knows how to make a statement. How to deal with possibly incriminating statements, but not this dude. Not MamaMax. Never MamaMax.
Seriously, was this a White House interning with Obama or something? Like, there was this whole weird hard.
Yeah. Me and my girlfriend were like, we know Max, so it's like, we just want to know this whole thing. And you gotta imagine, like, if you're the guy running these things and you have a possible history.
I mean, to be honest, looking at it from his perspective, Max is this guy who obviously has a chip on his shoulder and hates this dude, right? And he's making videos about catching else. He's just scared that one of the videos will be about him. So he's trying to discredit Max first.
Imagine that. The projection. It's almost, oh my god, that's so...
At best, it made people like myself second guess looking into these allegations those 5 girls made and Anthony published. At worst, people like Mudahar and his co-host took Max's words, insinuated they could be valid off of no substantial evidence, and echoed them, effectively shutting down the story and further harming Anthony's reputation. I would like to personally apologize to Anthony for not looking further into Max back then. Maybe we could have salvaged this situation, and maybe we could have saved the current 8 girls a lot of trouble. I am, however, proud that we could get Magnetar and Mudahar together, just to hash out their differences. It is worth noting that Camden Gerard Davis's alleged abuse victim Spencer, who's also Max's roommate and friend, who's also friends with Max's sister, who's also friends with Anthony's alleged victim, claims that Anthony dressed up like a student after graduating to eat lunch at school with freshman girls. Oh, and because this is MamaMax, of course there's no evidence of that either. The dude apparently dressed up in a school uniform, snuck in multiple times, and not a single person snapped a picture of him. Nice.
So this is what I'm saying. There's multiple things against Anthony Field. For me, I feel comfortable saying he is a... I don't feel he could do anything to me legally for saying that, because if he were to, the girl who made the testimony would come forward and testify against
So she
him.
has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent. That's real, that exists?
He does not have his dick pic.
So what does she have that she could come forward with?
Just her memory, but...
Wait, so you don't think that you could...
Again, what's up with MamaMax thinking that witness testimonies are automatically, like, good? Like, the memory is one of the worst things that you can ever have. Because legit, you can change a person's mind by mixing up words. Like, if I ask you, like, oh, these 2 cars got into an accident, do you know at what speed the other car hit the other person? That's gonna give you a lower number than to say, do you know do you know the impact of when the other car smashed into the other person? Like, Mythbusters did a whole thing about it. That's gonna make, like, if you use words like smashed or make it seem more embellished than it really is, it'd make people like guess higher numbers. If you say like hit and stuff, it'll make them guess like roughly around the same thing. I'll be right back. Also, another thing that like doesn't validify, but it goes against people's testimony, like their memory wise, it's that humans are so easily manipulated. There was a case that went to court during the Satanic Panic that a whole daycare was being accused of being witches, simply because we got kids hypnotized and got ideas implanted into their heads. And that's why witness testimonies can't really be used unless they're backed by like substantial facts, like something that makes it like concrete evidence, not just hearsay. But I guess Mama just takes hearsay for like all it's worth. But he doesn't like he gives him the benefit of the doubt without doubting.
Could legally be held liable for the statements you're making if he were to sue you because you have someone who can come forward and tell you it happened?
Well, I am just documenting what she said.
No, you are calling him a pedophile.
Correct. And to be able to successfully sue me for defamation, he would have to prove that I am lying, which I am not, because the girl is real and she sent me those DMs.
Now that the serious stuff is out of the way, does anyone remember the time?
All right. Oh, I got a QR code accidentally by just trying to make a joke. Nice. Oh, this one's a Twitter. Anthony Fantani. Yeah, it's just the needle drop.
Time that MamaMax tried to shill his beats to Anthony Fantana. Well, as it turns out, MamaMax made an entire song about how he wants pedophiles to perform oral sex on him. Initially, this segment was just going to be cut from my video, but then I got an idea.
Hey buddy, did you hear the news?
It's track review.
Hey, hi, and hello, everyone. Anthony Fantano here, Internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're doing well. The man, the myth, the rage legend, as everyone knows, he has a brand new LP coming out just around the corner. He is being a bit mysterious about its drop per usual, but we know it's close because he's putting out new indie ace.
Be freed from even now, my they bleed. I don't know how such evil sins can be allowed to exist.
The poll is out. How do you feel about the track? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Let it be known in the poll. It's a little washed out, so it's difficult to say what exactly it is or how many pieces it's made of. All I know is with the beat, it makes for a pretty hypnotic combination.
Sorry, one more interjection. I had to look this up because I remembered it and I couldn't believe this was true, but Max actually reached out to me to ask if I wanted to be put in a group chat because he was dropping something that was going to make waves in the community, and it was fucking this. It was literally this song. Like, this diss track on Pios was gonna blow the airwaves wide open. I'm done.
It's at this point one of the more weird and eyebrow-raising lines pop out on the entire track.
For what you did, you
Oh no.
To see what you made of these kids.
Anthony Fantano, MamaMax, forever.
In conclusion, this video proves that Max Stryker is a complete and total fraud. His persona
Jesus
Mama
Christ,
Max
dude.
is a freak who does not help children
This
prosecute
is,
their abusers. He hunts predators online as a soldier of fortune. He lies about his accomplishments to bolster his credibility. He manipulates his audience of abuse survivors by not disclosing large portions of his content are completely fake. And he uses credibility he never deserved in the first place to silence and ruin other people's lives. Just look at how he treated Tommy C. The man was Max's first real persistent critic, and during the videos he was supposedly hunting predators, Max took time out of his day to create a QR code campaign about Tommy and talk about sexually dominating him. The stuff on screen right now is completely psychotic, and even more so with the information we now know about how fraudulent Max's activities have been. I mean, look at the comments. Look at what people said to Tommy, just because he spoke up and questioned the current narrative. MamaMax does not deserve anyone's support. MamaMax does not deserve a second chance. This is not a community that can offer one. This is a malicious person who preys on his supporters. He is the predator to them. To the girls Max is helping fight against Camden Gerard Davis, you claim to have escaped one cult. Don't be foolish now and fall into another. And MamaMax, this part is me, speaking directly to you. I know you, Max. I know how you operate. My friends and I know what you're about to say, so we have to spell it out for you. Yo, John Swan, drop the bass.
Though we are different, we are all the same. Because above all else, there's one thing that holds us together. We don't like P-words!
Camden Gerard Davis is a child predator that has molested hundreds of children under the pretense of a vampire werewolf cult. It's absolutely crucial that we spread awareness of him.
Camden Gerard Davis's time is up. He's about to be exposed.
Camden Gerard Davis, you're going to jail.
There is a pedophile pretending to be a vampire. So if you come across Cameron Gerard Davis, be sure to contact MamaMax immediately in order to get this guy arrested for charity fraud.
Camden, what? Who are you? Someone in my chat was just talking about you. They give it a pride.
Hashtag we are real.
Hey Camden.
That's too nice.
Too nice of you. Don't feel depressed just because you're a vampire werewolf. People are saying the Leviathan will come for your enemies.
Camden Gerard Davis is a stupid name and it gets no fucking bitches! You vampire piece of shit!
We are real, Camden Gerard Davis. Whatever you may or may not have done, I'm not really sure.
Camden Gerard Davis, those teeth are fake, they make you look stupid, and there's no such thing as a black vampire.
Cameron, Gerard the Completionist. Where's the charity money? The Leviathans are coming for you.
How's it going, everyone? I'm here in my garage. I want to give a quick shout out to Cameron Pro Jared the Completionist. Shout out to you, my dude.
The time for action is now. MamaMax needs our help. Camden Gerard Davis. MamaMax needs our help.
Well, hello, Camden Gerard Davis. So I've been told to roast you because you wear werewolf teeth, and I guess you think that's cool. And I've been told to tell you to stop making friends in Texas. I'm sure you would like to be on this beach with your werewolf teeth.
Cameron Gerard Davis, more like Cameron Gerard Gavis, am I right? Because that dude is cringe, yeah.
Camden Gerard Davis, the Leviathan, is coming for you, whatever happens. I wasn't given much context.
As a member of the Chinese Communist Party, Camden Gerard Davis, we are coming for you.
Honestly, I have no fucking clue who Camden Gerard is, but I'm just happy to be included.
Camden Gerard Davis, I am standing on your plot of land purchased from established titles, and I will be notifying MamaMax when you arrive.
Beware, ladies and gentlemen, hiding in your local inner cities could be Camden Gerard Davis, who's not only a vampire pedophile, but a vampire werewolf hybrid pedophile. Not many people know that fact about him.
And he's also Lucifer, I guess.
Probably never again.
So, yeah.
Hey, what's
he's
going
a little
on,
bit of
guys?
everything. He might
While
be
I was
unbeatable.
editing
He
my
might be
video, I
undefeatable.
found out that Max tried to beat us out and post a really poorly edited video where he claims to be taking accountability. Shockingly, not much accountability was taken. The video was panned. He tried to launch a GoFundMe that was canceled by the time I woke up this morning. I think the only people who donated were a $5 donation that was anonymous and then Max himself. It's pretty clear he just tried to get out ahead of what was inevitably coming because there's not really much he can do to salvage
He was
the
trying to get that
situation. And,
money
I mean,
for Spencer
in the future,
real
if I
quick.
make a part 2,
Before
I'll
his
definitely
channel
go
went up
over
in
it. But for
flames.
now, I'm just going to leave you with the hemorrhaging subscribers he's losing on his main channel after posting it, and this absolutely hilarious ending that had to be scripted. I simply don't believe this happened naturally.
Got a hug, based. Alright, all is forgiven. He got a hug. You know?
Oh, and just a reminder, for people who think that you're not important, you've caught just as many predators as Max Striker. Alright, dude, that's it. The video's over. We're a pinball
That is
channel
sad.
now. We're a pinball channel. We make pinball videos. We're a pinball channel.
You've got as
Hey
many
guys,
predators
I missed
as
everybody.
Road.
Hello to all the new people too. I don't know if this video will get 1,000 views
Yeah,
or
you can
100,000
mute
views,
that,
but
Muda,
either way,
before
Muda
this
will
is
get the word out
published.
too. It was cool to work on something like this with you, buddy, and I'd like to now direct everyone to
Oh,
his coverage.
Muda's gonna be
that should launch
pissed if
simultaneously with my video. Also, while I'd like to
Let's
make
get
this
to
all
this
about
the Morning Day Gamers video.
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform. It's a video I don't want to make because it's personally so uncomfortable. It's a video about someone I, and many in the community, considered a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things. But that's me going into things that I didn't need to. I also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today. As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be about creepy games, it can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web. It can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff, mostly lighthearted, and yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding trafficking and whatnot, I am not an expert. That is something for the law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running cases like this, because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped. But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is MamaMax. Now, MamaMax is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. Throughout his career, MamaMax has covered topics such as his Life Sucks series, anime reviews, but what most people know Max for is his Predator hunts. Videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community. Predator hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general, and it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years with very high-profile cases such as T445, caught in a massive YouTube sting operation in an alleged meetup of a minor. Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority, for clicks and revenue, basic investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases is not even involved until well after the fact. And it's caused a serious problem in letting actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns. When in realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law. That said, MamaMax has committed almost every single sin in the book in the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today. So why am I talking about him so negatively now? Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations. Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse. Topics that are incredibly serious, and as I've said, I am not a key expert on. Topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis. So let's get started. This is the story of how MamaMax has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should
Well, it's just gonna be about the investigation about
like
Cameron Gerard Davis.
So let's start off with the story. The story begins on October 3rd, 2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord. Hey Muda, I hope you've been well. I don't want to bother, but I thought you might appreciate a heads up about an upcoming project of mine. I'm on the verge of releasing a video for Halloween that is likely to generate significant drama. While it may be deemed controversial, the intent behind it is for charity. The video is designed to be a trap for reaction channels. Knowing your integrity and the quality of your content, I would hate for you to be caught off guard. At the same time, we would be honored if you would consider covering this in a thoughtful manner. To facilitate a deeper discussion, may I include you in a group chat with other influencers who are also considering covering this topic. If confidentiality is not an issue, I'd be more than happy to send you the video under a non-disclosure agreement. This will allow you to become familiar with the video's content before it goes public, enabling you to navigate any provocative elements we've included. Look forward to hearing from you, Max. Now to understand, initially I read this and said, I'm down to hop in, man. Good to hear from you. Hope everything is well. And again, Max says, it's good to hear from you as well, bro. I'll add you in a few moments. Hey Muda, just wanted to know your current thoughts within the group chat. Now if you notice the exact dates of these messages, you'll probably pick up that around this time in October, I was already busy with a massive investigation under our belt. In the following weeks from my response to Max, I would release a video on the completionist and further investigate that situation with a fellow
A good
YouTuber
case that
known as
MamaMax will learn from.
I was also in and out of the country for personal reasons, and I wasn't really able for anything else, I wasn't really available for doing anything, as you can assume during this time. I was mostly away from Discord, and if you really wanted to contact me, using Twitter to directly message me or calling me on my personal cell phone is usually the best tactic, which a lot of people in this scene, you know, if you need to absolutely contact me, have. That said, I can't confirm what happened in the group chat Max invited me to, as I honestly don't remember checking it, nor which creators were in that specifically. So a few days after inviting me to this group, Max inquires and asks, Mudahar, it's been a bit since we've caught up, and I get that your plate is probably overflowing, but I wanted to touch base again. Sorry if our previous chats have been a bit heavy. These issues are really close to my heart, and that's exactly why we need to keep the conversation going. You've got a seriously powerful platform, and within your reach, we could really make some noise for the betterment of children's lives. Just a little bit of your time could go a long way. No pressure to dive into the subject, but if you could spare a couple of hours for an interview, I believe we could spark some real change. Is there a time that works for both of us to sit down and talk for an initial engagement? A few days later, Max says, I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. I've shared their stories with you because I believed in your capacity for empathy and action. Your silence so far has been disheartening, but I still remain hopeful. Please understand, we are determined to be heard, and will continue to seek influencers who have the power to do something heroic. Watching the attached video and acknowledging their plight is all we are asking right now. I hope you will not let us down. Now obviously at the end of this you can see that it becomes very apparent that Max is emotionally guilting me into speaking and promoting a topic that I haven't actually seen much concrete evidence on, nor do I know much about, because it doesn't publicly exist, at least the evidence as far as today, and also because I'm working on another video for my channel as well, a very serious investigation that I have to be...
Again, MamaMax just seems extremely petty. Like he literally doesn't seem to understand that people have their own things to do. Like he expects them kind of just to drop everything and just focus on him, which feels extremely entitled, and it is extremely entitled. But like dude, like people have lives to live. You can't just expect them to drop everything. Be like, oh, be like that one meme. Okay, look, honey, a new MamaMax video dropped. Let's stop everything and go with it. Okay, honey. And like people can't just up and leave sometimes.
100% on. Max sends me more videos that have since been privated, originally unlisted, and these videos, according to the time frame sent, I didn't see since, as you can imagine, I was preoccupied with my own investigation. The next video he sends me was originally titled, "This is the greatest cancellation of all time," @Penguin0, #WeAreReal. The title of the original play was a play on Charlie's content, in which his descriptions are always, "This is the greatest blank of all time." And the thumbnail being Charlie initially had me worried that something nefarious was going on or about to come out on a close online associate, given the nature of Max's predatory hunting content. This video was never a cancellation on Charlie, but rather severe clickbait to draw eyes and then shift attention briefly to the story Max is covering, and then focus on cults, misinformation, and artificial intelligence in our world. At this time, I respond back. Max, I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation. I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer, who is one of the victims. She has her own channel, where she posted a 4 to 5 hour account of her involvement and experience with this cult we are going to look into. It's quite long, and I feel the story could do with a bit more structure. This is a serious matter, and I have no issues covering it. I would like the victims to see proper restitution, but going it in this manner isn't the best. I would be down to talk further with these victims and analyze this evidence if their claims are as solid as it's being depicted. And at this moment, Max had literally called the person in this video. He wasn't alleging, he was actually materially accusing them of...
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared.
Nice.
Lured by the illusion of joining a
not that Spencer disappeared, but that he won.
On some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god. The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
A few minutes later, towards a text crawl at the end of the video, you can see that he put an entire full name, pinning those serious accusations on this person who is alleged to be this cult leader. So these were very, very serious accusations, which need to be matched with very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence. The videos you produce don't damn Cameron. A lot of the screenshots don't punch hard since they're on screen for less than a second and lack the required content.
That is true.
If you want this person to be damned and attract the attention of a broader community, we need to sit down and piece this together, out from beginning to its current stages, in a damning but digestible manner. The story has a...
So Mudahar was pretty much telling him the problem with this video, and then initially, then why'd he just double and triple down with it? Like, he should have just made the drop. He could have just deleted the video, made one that's more concise, taking the pretty much just taking what Mudahar said right here, just make it more concise, let the screenshots speak for themselves, and let people be like, yeah, we have this evidence, so and so, more evidence will drop later, but for right now we're trying to get a case against him, so we can't really be too willy-nilly with evidence. And then, like, this whole situation would have probably not have happened. He would have still been credible in some way. But guess I don't know. He just wanted to take his film making to the next level. He wanted to make another ARG.
And we need to start there. And that's where I'm going to leave these messages at, okay? Obviously, I communicated with Max privately about the situation, but as we are making this video now, it's evolved into an entire miasma, complete confusion for people jumping in. And if you're confused now, just wait until we dig in further. Now, it's understandable that the story actually belongs to Max. Max was the first one to bring it to YouTube, and when you're making incredibly serious claims like he was making, they require incredibly serious corroborative evidence. You can't necessarily go to any YouTuber and tell them, hey, please say some of the most insane accusations you can make about anybody's character, and do that basically on blind faith. Yes, I know that he said to people that there is evidence locked behind an NDA, but if that evidence isn't publicly available, you literally are opening yourself up to a very, very serious claim from this person. That also said, making these serious claims can only entice this person if they're actually, say, allegedly guilty of them, and it could cause them to go down and delete evidence so that if they know that they are under scrutiny or investigation, they might start actually getting rid of actionable evidence that can exist. If these people are potentially armed and dangerous, it could make them go above the edge, over the edge, and then actually cause harm to the people around them as some form of retribution to somebody online. And that's why you have to be incredibly careful. You can't be making claims unless you can 100% back them with evidence that would hold up in a court of law, let alone public opinion. But with that also said, I understand that evidence sometimes can't be perfect. Sometimes you can't have silver bullets sitting around. But if you don't have anything actionable at all, then it's best kept quiet
he's a vampire.
until you do. But this
And
is
a
where
werewolf.
Max obviously wanted to
And
cover the
God.
story, make these claims, and the way that he
And
presented
Lucifer.
them was rather odd. And this is where part 2 of this video comes into, where we look at Max's rebranding, known as God Cult. This video, Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer, begins with a QR code and a text to the bottom asking viewers to send the video to large specific channels. He scrolls a massive disclaimer I need frame-by-frame analysis to read. 2 key points from this bullshit that I found interesting to me was when Max had signified that this was fictitious materials, when in reality this is serious allegations we're talking about. How is this a fictitious element, and why are we putting any of that into this video? Even if it is for legal reasons, can we actually believe anything that you're about to say and the people that you're about to name? That's a pretty big point of contention, and one that we'll come back to round towards the end of the video. The other big part is when he starts pointing out that if influencers deny anything here in this, then they could be one of these following horrible things, like internet predators, like human traffickers, groomers, so on and so forth. Which again is insane to put anybody critical of what they're about to see, especially when they should be critical of what Max is about to post, into a severe camp just again for denying any of the contents that he's posted in this video. So anyways, he asks to send this video to their favorite influencer to test them on their character. He guides through a tutorial on using the YouTube frame-by-frame keyboard commands to prepare viewers for a game. And he asks a series of questions. If God appeared before you and told you to sacrifice a child, would you do it? Then he gives another long string of BS that I have to frame-by-frame analyze. Now you can read this for yourself by pausing the video or slowing down. I've slowed the footage down by around 70%. So to understand the actual stuff that he's talking about is humanity will end up destroying itself if we don't protect our children. Children should be taught self-sufficiency, and these are all noble things.
He wants to bring back Planet Children. Yes, sir. He wants to bring. All right, MamaMax supports child labor. Let's go. He's based again. He's actually so back. I 100% back him now, dude. Children need to be self-sufficient. Hell, if I could work when I was like 6, I would have. Work for some Robux, dude. Be shift leader, dog.
Come up throughout this entire series later, but again, this is part of where the video's artsy natures come into. So hopefully, we'll be getting into talking about the actual allegations he will be making. What comes next is a video from a cult expert that Max has brought on. And then it dives right into the first serious allegation and key part of this story.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared. Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet, she actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult.
I don't know why he used the ensnared in that one, because apparently everyone could leave whenever they wanted. It's not so much ensnared as not even entrapped. He just willingly went, and then when things went bad, she left. Which isn't the definition of a cult. Cults don't let you leave. Not only that, but they also shun you after you leave. Like, I think the only way it fits the bill of being a cult is that they isolated them from their families. That's just because they didn't live anywhere nearby. I don't know. But we're not really gonna defend we're not really gonna attack them for the definition of a cult or not, because we don't even know if they're telling the truth at this point. They're just baseless accusations. And yes, there's testimony and stuff, but it's not either backed up by an oath that would get them to be charged with perjury. But like legit, you can say anything off of court. You can make any testimony off court. But the only ones that are substantial are the ones that do have
Led by a child predator,
I don't even know where I'm going with that.
as a werewolf god. The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, assault, and attempted trafficking.
Again, you need evidence for that. Like, that's just a baseless accusation with no evidence. Like, I could say you have CP and it's actually backed by the court of law because the FBI is looking into you. Like, legit, it's just a baseless accusation. You have no concrete evidence. You have screenshots, yes, but again, they could be fabricated for all you know. You haven't even verified them. It's just such a bad
Almost
case.
7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
Replicator falling to Earth. You need restoration. Healing. 1 minute and the ring's spitting distance.
Is that part of the video? Oh, yeah. It's the MamaMax video. What the hell? Did the video die?
Now give yourself a second to breathe. These are very serious allegations. These type of allegations require absolute concrete proof and not a YouTube video, okay? This should be reviewed by lawyers, sent to police agencies. This is serious stuff. And so when we get to this, who is Max claiming to target? He talks about Camden. Now here, Max gives full names, plays loud music, and again, I have to frame by frame analyze, which for a serious topic like this, please stop the theatrics. Present this with the respect it deserves. There's a possibility that he will use anonymous accounts on various internet forums to spread rumors or false information about the victim or filmmakers. Any proof of a disinformation campaign, maybe some screenshots of his various accounts and postings, none of that are provided here. He may attempt to engage drama-oriented media sources, leveraging their platforms to spin a narrative in their favor.
Gets Keemstar to go for bat for you against Lyrics, but yeah, Camden's gonna look for support from the drama community.
To my knowledge, no one in that drama-specific community has been contacted by this person. And that also said, this isn't MamaMax. This is a serious crime we're discussing. And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual respect? This isn't a fucking Netflix show. This is a serious, heinous crime. He has a history of spreading disinformation to deflect the allegations against him. Again, where's the proof? Any links to his posts online or his accounts that are spreading this disinformation? In this video, nothing like that's given. He may resort to legal threats as a method to suppress the story and silence victims. To this date, no one covering this has reported that they've received any legal notices from this person. According to multiple sources, he is implicated in criminal activities affecting minors. Again, it's up to Max to provide the relevant reports for us all to see in this section, which he didn't do, and we'll revisit this person's legal situation later. It's not uncommon for figures like him to accuse detractors of slanders in an attempt to shift the narrative. As of the time of me recording this, no one to my knowledge has been communicated by this person specifically. There's a possibility that he will use social media and other platforms to discredit us or make counterclaims to confuse the public. The individual, once again,
I don't even think he's talked about it.
And about this to my knowledge. Max, you gotta substantiate these massive claims. That is your job as a person delivering this story. He gives us his name, which I'm going to refer to as K to make it simple. He cuts to a montage of what he discusses human trafficking is evolving, destructive culture growing, an enemy of the children is an enemy of us all. God cult is translated to guard our descendants. That's the cult. It's about protecting children. He asks us to share Spencer's story and asks the audience to contact several large YouTubers. Some of them include H3H3. Some of them include Joe Rogan. Some of them include Anthony Fontano. Literally, he is in this video asking Anthony Fontano, check it out, there's a cool banger you're hearing. In the same video where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims. You can imagine why a lot of people are looking at this as him treating this as a joke. It's not a joke. This is serious. And in reality, what are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie gonna do? What are you gonna bring his kid into this? What, he's a father now, so he's not gonna signal boost unsubstantiated claims? What is Joe Rogan gonna do about this situation? None of these people are experts or
I'm surprised you didn't get Ja Rule, dude. That's the only one person I was missing. Where's Ja Rule?
Unsubstantiated claims alongside you, which ultimately hurts this case more than it helps it. Now, I was expecting at the end of this video more explanation of how this person was a cult leader, or how they human trafficked Spencer. So far, we have her testimony, but no real hard-hitting, irrefutable evidence that corroborates that testimony that can at least be publicly shared. Max has already called this person a child predator, and I'm not a fly on the wall, so I don't know if that statement is true or not. The only way to prove that statement is true is evidence, which Max has not provided publicly yet. How can a creator stick their neck out and help when this whole situation relies on blind faith instead of facts?
I'm gonna do that in the video, just add Ja Rule to the list.
Not the same situation, mind you.
You want to talk about 9/11,
but it relied on providing proper
I need
relevant
you to talk about kids
to corroborate our accusation.
and how diddly them
Had I
is
made those
bad.
videos without providing documentation
Make a
from the
banger.
Internal Revenue Service, actually
Let
doing my
people
journalistic
know
duty to
that
contact
kids
all parties
touching
involved
kids is a bad thing.
then people would laugh me out immediately. Nobody would ever talk about that situation, and I would be a laughingstock. That is a situation Max is currently facing at this moment, and it's entirely of his own volition. Okay, so now that we've seen the first video, we went over it, the amount of evidence in this first brainwashing piece has culminated so far in one witness testimony, not part of that video. It's a 4 to 5 hour piece you can watch. No supporting evidence to help corroborate the situation, no records of conversation, no travel documentation to show his minor at the time traveling across state lines, which is a very important thing, and he didn't even explain what this cult was. I don't know, I only know the name of this person, Cade. I know what Max is accusing him of, I just don't know of any supporting evidence to assist Spencer's testimony and accusations, even at the time, which I want to stress can be true. Again, I don't know anything in this situation. I was not a fly on the wall, but I want to know more about this vampire werewolf cult. So far, nothing tangible from Max has been explained, and again, that's a serious crux of this problem. The second video on Max's channel is titled, "This is what happened to MamaMax," a 25-minute video explaining the current trajectory of the channel and addressing criticism. In this video, he covers the history of what he produced, how YouTube tackled his racy uploads, and how he constantly shifted gears to YouTube's evolving climate. One of the big turning points in there was when he worked on the Kanye Quest video and found a group of friends in the horror community, in the dark horror community. And he found that there was
I like that video. That was a good MamaMax video, but now I don't even know if the Ascension part is a damn
his fight would be headed. Regarding the accusations
a
he made
liar
in the previous
anymore.
video, nothing really substantial comes in this one. And it's more of a response to the criticism that he's been getting on that last video, rightfully so. So I want to address some pieces of criticism that he has.
It's scary. It's edgy 2010 era garbage. It's gross that Max is doing this thing where he pretends to reach out to other big YT channels in order to help victims, when in reality, he's exploiting these victims to try and get views. Genuinely evil behavior.
Genuinely evil behavior is taking the conversation away from sexual predators who victimize children and making it about the YouTuber that covered it, specifically because you don't like them. Your profile picture already speaks volumes about where you're coming from. If my aim were merely to chase views, I am in the absolute worst market of content creation on YouTube to do so.
No, you're not, because every video that you dropped before this had reached like 1 million.
Time, research, scripting, filming, and editing, just to get less views than everyone who is following the latest drama or trend.
This sounds a little deflected to me because regardless of who posted that comment and what sites they could be related to, you are covering content that involves you hunting down, investigating, and bringing to light serious crimes. Regardless of how much of a filmmaker you are, these are real stories, and hiding behind a shield of vulnerable children when people question your nature just doesn't sound good. People right now especially are rightfully looking into your work, critical of how you perform these investigations and how involved relevant law enforcement agencies are. and how the people you claim to go after are actually converted into real tangible arrests. It's also dishonest to say that you could make more money when you are in a more profitable niche on YouTube. I get your videos are demonetized and age restricted and gang banned in the algorithm, but your videos have been massively successful. Millions of views, and you built a following on the platform, which by the way is the hardest part of this whole game. You've also built a Patreon where your last reported figure was over 1,800 members. Now, Patreon introduced a free tier about 3 months ago, according to this FAQ, but with a peak paid membership of around 3,341 members, according to this statistic website, Drafttree, based on the recent membership options, if you take just the minimum amount, $7.50 Canadian, which is around a little over $5. Let's make it 5 even. You're looking at a minimum paid earning potential before taxes and Patreon fees of $16,705 just for the peak month, which ain't bad if you're only making 2 videos a year. People are putting money into your pocket thinking that it is going towards your fight against serious bad people. And that's not bad money for uploading, again, very little.
I wonder if Mutahar could make a case like with Gerard that he could get sued for fraud, because he technically did lie to people. He made himself seem to be kind of like a Ponzi scheme. He made himself seem to be bigger than what it really was, except I guess I don't know. I do think that there is a case for fraud though, simply because his whole YouTube channel and personality was I catch predators online, and I make sure that I bring them to justice. And it turns out that he didn't do any of that. He just found them online and just kind of just had their information and their penises and faces, I guess.
Level of pocket watching was brought to you by our sponsor, Anti-Deflection Argument. You definitely did profit. And I wonder just why in October of last year you started hiding those membership counts. But that being said, this was not a terrible niche for you financially, and you gotta admit that.
Making subjects as serious as child and abduction brainwashing, and using them as mere window dressing to get noticed again because your YouTube relevancy is dwindling rapidly.
That is true.
Crucial issues like child, human, and as window dressing for YouTube relevancy says far more about you than you realize. Months were invested collaborating with the survivor to ensure her story is portrayed in a manner that reflects her lived experiences.
See, and that's another thing that he doesn't. He should have said worked with, because collaborating means that you're helping her out, but it turns out that you're paying for her. You're paying her. You're giving her a little bit of income. You're housing her, which I'm pretty sure you don't take any rent because you're paying her. So legit, you're too close to this case. You have too much. It's a conflict of interest. Like you have too much to lose from this, and it's just a bad case from the start. You should have dropped it off to probably Mutahar or someone that you trusted, or someone that's better at running serious cases like this. Or maybe he knew that it wasn't gonna get anywhere and tried to milk it for as much clout as he could early on. Who knows? At this point, I don't even know. Especially now that ever since Nick DiOrio said that he was contractually obligated to help Spencer, what else could he be doing just to obligate that contract, to fill up that contract? It's just so scummy. They should have just been upfront, hey, I need to help out a friend. She was abused. It still fit in. You wouldn't have to embellish it as much, and people would look at you with a more fine-tooth comb. But you wouldn't have gotten this avalanche of hate that you did. It probably would have also not ended your career. But now I'm pretty sure you won't be able to come back.
One foot in front of the other. Hold on,
phone if you need it.
One good bomb, we're dead.
And the gravity of her suffering. In fact, the full 5-hour interview was uploaded to her channel instead of my own.
What kind of a response is this to a valid question? If you spent months researching this topic, then you would be able to present the narrative of Spencer with the best evidence that you can publicly present that would help build her case against this person that you have labeled a cult leader and child. She posts a 5-hour video of her testimony on this situation, which is great, and I'm glad she gets to speak the truth. But let's not ignore that serious allegations require very serious pieces of evidence to corroborate them. We cannot work off of testimony alone. And that's what everyone's been saying about this situation. Had Max provided evidence about this, then it would be all okay and gravy. And that would be fine. But in this situation, he hasn't done that.
But if talking head videos are the language that the internet understands, then let's speak it. So, last week, I released a charity video in collaboration with the survivors of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. Despite its significance, it turned out to be the worst performing video on my channel.
That's because you changed your name to God Cult. Everyone thought you got hacked. No one knew that it was actually you. That's why you don't rebrand randomly. You rebrand when it's necessary, not just randomly, dude. That's why it was your lowest performing video, because everyone thought you were hacked. I thought you were hacked. Like, you can't just change your name like out of the middle of nowhere and just like think that everything's alright, especially with just the thumbnail. Look at that. That looks like it's like an actual cult or something. Like, you can't just expect us to see that, and because normally it's like a blurred out face or you on the cover, but this time it's just an eyeball. What the hell are we supposed to do with that?
While I fully accept responsibility for the video's underperformance, I want to make it clear, before the video even hit the platform, the survivor was integrally involved. Nothing was done without her explicit approval. The wave of criticism by detractors about a narrative that is not theirs to tell reveals behaviors that aren't just unhelpful, they are harmful.
Once again, he describes the situation as a destructive cult that victimized hundreds of minors, yet has produced no evidence of this cult even existing yet, any cult documentation, not even a name Max has uttered up to this point. And again, he failed to provide tangible evidence of the hundreds of children. Again, this would be something you would have locked down with months of research before you would even produce these videos. It should be easy for someone who's claimed to actually have pedophiles, arrested. You understand evidence and why it's needed to substantiate claims. Max's third video on the topic was initially called "This is the greatest cancellation of all time" @Penguin0, #WeAreReal. Since then, in the backlash he received, he changed it to reacting to the reactions of the SSS Sniper Wolf's action. It's fair to also mention now that a lot of the disdain Max has for the community that he is preaching to is not responding to is because he genuinely believes his work is meaningful and that the attention at the time put towards SS Sniper Wolf and her drama regarding Jack's films was, something that people looked at more. Now, obviously, one topic can weigh objectively more in regards to the seriousness of the allegations mentioned. But SS Sniper Wolf was a pretty big story at the time, which involved a larger creator revealing the home location of another creator critical of them. It wasn't meaningful playground nonsense. It actually had real tangible implications on YouTube as well. Anyway.
Also, I'm surprised she didn't get banned. She just got demonetized for like a little bit, and then she was still allowed to post on a different site, which is well, not a different site, but a different channel on YouTube, which I'm pretty sure classifies as ban evasion. So another ban right there. But she makes him too much money. Right, she got purty lips, allegedly. Again, I take victims seriously, so everything I say is alleged. Everything I say is fake. Remember, guys, when you watch my content, You gotta look at it through the scope of me saying everything that I say is false. I have a beautiful girlfriend that loves me.
Thank you. Anyways, the video begins with a disclaimer, which now doesn't mention any fictitious elements. He hopes the video brings crucial eyes to topics such as youth trafficking, serving as what he believes is a guide to easily digestible content regarding these serious topics. He starts a parody of this talking head video showing a fictional creator covering lighter topics, but chooses to discuss serious topics as he cuts to Sniper Wolf. He cuts to Spencer, and then multiple victims calling for action. He summarizes Spencer's story again and makes claims of a dangerous sex cult that is led by a werewolf god recruiting hundreds of young children. Where's the hard evidence? I think by now you probably realize that nothing that he's shown is necessarily hard evidence. So he presents new things in this video, except it's all hidden in between frames of this massively schizophrenic editing and incoherent garbage. Look, this is a serious matter. Please present it seriously. Leave this on for people to digest and provide context to what you're showing. So I'm going to go frame by frame and show you each and every single screenshot to show you exactly what he's shown. So one of the actual posts he shows is from Whisper, a social media app that promotes you to speak openly and honestly about yourself. It's meant to be this anonymous social media app that lets you post and share photo messages with text embottled on top of them. Here's the post where they're asking the reader if they're human, they want to learn about being supernatural, and if their age is between 11 to 18. Please message them. Now, while this is an alarming post, it would help if Max could try to link this directly to Cade or, to any person and, bring this up the chain, explain the context. But without that context, it's just a screenshot that exists.
Yeah, that is true. Like, we don't know. It could have come from anyone. Hell, it could have came from Spencer because she admitted to luring little girls to him. She was his Ghislaine Maxwell, dude.
The next screenshot he shows is from a messaging app, I assume Facebook Messenger, where it's cropped unfortunately, and I can't seem to get an identity of the parties. And also screenshots are incredibly tough, at least for me in most cases, because as you've noticed with, situations like Dream, where he faked DMs from Pokimane and XQC, and there were some people that actually believed this. It's easy to fake a screenshot. So again, the whole concept of just looking at a screenshot is tough, at least personally for me. Unless I can log into the account and refresh from the server, then things are different. But this is a cropped argument, and it's a clear argument between two individuals. One who appears to be reaching out to a person to explain reason to them, telling them that they're looking out for them. The other person, says Cade, who is the person Max is alleging to be this cult leader, of course, is stating they have one more time to bother his family before he tries to make a visit to Texas, implying this violent threat, and a response is, try me then. The next screenshot of a Twitter account called Camden exists, where the handle ID Black Angel is cut off. And using a Twitter advanced search for this, the account yielded no results, which unfortunately means I can't prove that a screenshot from Twitter even exists. And I also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up on Twitter. The other mention is,
hey, based on the IMDb page, it's not the IMDb page, the whole Casey thing, he probably just made it up too. We don't know. Like, why else would he sit on something for 3 years, not post anything about it, not try to like give her the proper channels? Like, even if she's like, hey, I want you, Max, like, okay, but we're gonna have to levy this out with other people first. But no, he just stood on it for 3 years. Probably learned from his last mistake, and just made fake accounts to get screenshots and stuff. Allegedly. Say Max, because I don't know. I can't just outright call you a liar. Or maybe I can, because according to you, that's all fair game, because it's a witness testimony. I saw MamaMax faking every screenshot that he made. Yep. I did that. I helped them, actually. You know what, guys? I am Camden Gerard Davis. No, for sure. I'm not going to jail, because I know that I'm not him. Lack of evidence, dude. You just have like a ton of you're lacking so much evidence that just killed the case. Like, dude's gonna get away with it. You can't blame anyone but you.
It's literally a public post from this Camden individual saying getting sucked by Kirby equals raisin balls. What is the context here? How does this explain the cult? How does this explain anything?
It explains it because he clearly has aliens in the cult too. Not only is he a vampire, werewolf, god, he's also part Kirby, and Kirby drank all his children. It's in the Bible, dude. It's right there. Camden said it.
This is why people are mad. He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not. He then shows like social media accounts that are on Snapchat of allegedly belonging to Kate, which again, what context does this add? What does this mean? He then shows a social media direct message from, I assume, this app Whisper. Correct me if I'm wrong. And again, if you read the chat, I was bitten by a wolf. That's how I became one. Can you show you in your form, werewolf form? What's the context? What are we talking about here, man? Like, this could be anything. He then shows, like, the Twitter account that belongs to Cade, and he actually gives a handle, but this account has been inactive since, like, 2016, really. The next thing he shows is from a public Facebook account from Camden that says, suck it raw. Again, what is the context? Okay, I probably wrote suck my dick publicly somewhere too. Does that mean that I have done something nefarious or I could be running a cult? What is the context to these messages? You have to be able to provide them, otherwise people are going to be confused. He then shows the only tangible piece of evidence in this, for me at least, where it shows Spencer and Camden together in a photograph, which proves that they've met in reality. He then shows more images of random people, couples blurred out that I can't exactly identify, and he's also done a poor job of blurring them out too, so I'm going to add more blur on top of the blur. But what does this mean? What is the context behind some of these images? The only ones important to me are of Cade and Spencer, because those are the only people that he has introduced us to. He shows us one screenshot of somebody making like devil horns in an Instagram selfie. And again, poorly blurred, but what is the context here? He's even blurred out the actual Instagram blurb, the little text blurb that even talks about this. What is the context? He then shows an image of a bite mark, which again, I have to ask, what is the context? Is Max showing this as a evidence of physical abuse? Without context, it could be anything. It could be somebody getting a hickey. It could be whatever. Max doesn't do this. He doesn't elaborate on what he shows. He just presents it as part of this flashy editing.
Yeah. I didn't even see that. That's how little time they got. Like, it didn't even pop up for a corner of the screen. Like, you legit had to use the little frame by frame mover in order to see all of them. I didn't even know what he was replying. I didn't even know that those were in the damn video.
The next screen grab is Charlie talking about Sniper Wolf, which I assume is a jab because he tried to get Charlie's attention, but Charlie wasn't having it. He was busy, had COVID at the time, and just didn't jump into it.
Stop ignoring MamaMax. Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just he's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. That really rubbed me the wrong way. I had COVID, and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online, in bed. And during that time, apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical, because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me. So yeah, that did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
So then he shifts it to the National Human Trafficking Hotline that gives statistics on trafficking reports. Again, you haven't linked onto the trafficking situation. It's all been random screenshots without context connecting.
No, Moda Harsey, you're missing the entire context. This is clearly about Camden Gerard Davis. He's the only one kidnapping anyone. Every missing person, Camden Gerard Davis. Every single one of them. How do I know? Eyewitness testimony. Who's the witness? Me, because I made it the fuck up.
A story together that many people just aren't understanding. He shows one screenshot that describes how Cade told me not to, but you also want to know what your humble leader did to me. He convinced me to go to his house at the end of last August and engage with him. He told me, and I still talked to the guy that drove me there. I also almost got arrested for walking to his place at 2 a.m. one day because every full moon we have to have. And also, don't forget the miscarriages he made me induce. This is the only other piece of evidence or, conversation that is pertaining to this very serious topic. Everything else is insanity. So Max explains how his sister got him in contact with the story. He switches the discussion to mass surveillance, explains how evil markets such as forced labor and trafficking exist, which is true. But how does this tie back to the story of Cade and the allegations you've made? Again, he hasn't provided solid evidence. He's just sort of thrown things on a dartboard, haphazardly tried to connect them, and made a fool out of himself. He goes on to this unrelated rant on artificial intelligence and how it can be used to manipulate and exploit vulnerabilities. And after this, they have a call to influencers that they should use their platforms to become agents of change by platforming unsubstantiated claims, apparently. It shifts to this part where he chastises Charlie by showing tons of communications.
But trust me, Daddy. That's the only thing that you need. That's the only thing that'll help us achieve trust. That's gonna be Max in a couple of days, because he needs a Max wing in order to get past all these allegations. He needs a Max wing.
Attempted to have, and again, like I told you, Charlie wasn't there at the time. He had COVID, and he was in bed for 2 weeks, unable to really, look into the situation. Now, this video is like the final nail in the coffin. People really started losing faith, and I hope you understand why. Look, Max made a joke of this situation, in my opinion. He was brought this story, and honestly, it caused a lot of people who were already watching this raising serious questions on his character, serious questions on the validity of this case, and in response, Max didn't make any follow-up videos to explain this case properly. Instead, he hosted these live streams, inviting all manners of creators. I even joined in, and I explained to him what I explained privately. Max, as you can imagine, has not listened, which is why we are here right now, to discuss a story that should have been delivered with seriousness and not showmanship. And I'm going to briefly go over the story of Spencer now, and her interaction with Cade. Now, Spencer's story is the part that Max has been harping throughout the entire 3 videos that he's made. And the video that Max wants you to go watch is a 4 to 5 hour podcast. Now, again, if you are 100% interested in the complete accounting from her end, I highly recommend you check the video out. But the problem is, these videos that are this long are obviously going to have a drop off. Max understands this, I understand this, and if you've made YouTube videos for longer than a week, you probably also understand as well.
Yeah.
The reality is, Max has to be concise and explain the story properly. Now, in this situation, the best video I could find that concisely explains this for the audience is by who basically made the video, What the F is MamaMax talking about? Werewolf Cult Simplified. And by all means, it's a pretty good video that explains how this situation was effectively about Spencer, who was a 16-year-old girl who met an 18-year-old Camden online, who was only found out that he was 18 at the time from Slime Beast's actual assessment into public police records. So of course, Spencer ran away from home to live with Camden, an 18-year-old person that she met. And of course, going in forward, Spencer's presence in Camden's family home was a secret, giving him full control over what she was allowed to do, which is one of the points of contention for a lot of people. She lived there for 3.5 to 4 months, and the mother, and it appears that other people may not have had an idea that she was there the entire time. Again, 3 to 4 months, I'm sure that human beings, no matter how busy you are, you may have an idea that somebody else, other than the people you know, is living in your house. Maybe you can.
Yeah, like legit, you can run out of resources faster and do a whole bunch of things. This poor soul, he wasted $360 on that loot box skin. Oh, I'm not sure if you can see it, but $360 right here.
Replicator incoming. Let's exercise
Based.
our craft.
Catch them sleeping, maybe something happens. This is a point of contention, but again, I'm not here to go into contention. I'm here to relay what the supposed facts of this entire situation is, and why it's been lost in a miasma of confusion. So during this time, Spencer was abused in multiple ways by Camden, allegedly, by her own account, which that is effectively the story. Camden had also tried to get Spencer to sleep with people that he had found online, allegedly. So again, this is effectively the quick summarization of what is Spencer's story. I highly recommend you check out her channel and her video to get her full account, because there are a lot more, details that are interesting to hear, and it's not entirely even about Spencer too. So again, going in further, the cult aspect, which is by far the most embellished aspect and the most unexplained one by Max so far, is best described as Camden being a werewolf god, allegedly, and amongst other things, whatever deities they may be. He convinced Spencer and others that they too were vampires, werewolves, and they were hunted by outside forces, which meant that they should all stay together as a pack, a family. He claimed that he could send their dead loved ones to hell if he could. And again, through these methods, this guy allegedly controlled various targets and people who were joining in.
Sleep with me or I'll send your relatives straight to hell. He really pulled if you get to heaven and you do not see me, you have gone to hell.
He was full. He would then have his followers try to recruit others online, some as young as 11. And that is, of course, alleged. Now, of course, this is a quick, concise explanation, and I highly recommend you check out the channel Slime Beast, who actually did cover and read through this as well, too. And it lines up with my personal interview with Spencer that I had a few days ago, and generally, like, watching through the 4 to 5 hour clips. I think this is probably the best, concise way that Max should have put it. And here's the reality. There are actual things that are alleged here that are more important than even the cult aspect. The story that is provided should be treated with a serious nature, instead of the tangents that Max wanted to go to. But of course, this is the problem when a YouTuber who is way out of their depth jumps into a story that they honestly shouldn't even be relaying, and should absolutely hand it off to professionals at the very beginning. There is no excuse for this. This is purely on Max's screw up that people are looking at the story in such a confusing manner. The other takeaway from this is Spencer's video is that Max was also apparently being investigated by the FBI.
Failure of Collin County police.
I don't think it was the police, because like I said, I went through trafficking 911 and they handed it off to the FBI.
Let's teach him some manners.
I literally got targeted.
We have a new kill leader.
On my front.
Here comes a replicator.
They didn't even bother contacting me.
No.
Spencer also brought victims, and I can't stress this enough. She admitted that she went on social media apps and started to form connections with people that could be as young as...
What was the operation? Did he tell y'all, like, go to these places?
So my particular recruitment style that he also encouraged others to do it this way.
She even had her own style, dude. What the hell? He trained her to be his Ghislaine Maxwell. That's wild. You're still gonna get arrested for crimes for baiting a predator. So she's just incriminating herself. It's aiding, I think. Or what the hell did Ghislaine Maxwell get caught with? She's gonna get that.
Was to go on Whisper and post about, oh hey, if you want to join a family dynamic and be a part of a pack, hit me up on Kick, you know, or like DM me and then we'd give him the kick. So, there was one time he did have me lure a girl, like, physically.
Now that said, I'm not qualified to be speaking on these situations because, again, without evidence and without properly understanding the story, I don't know the proper account. That's for Max to be able to describe. If he's not putting in the effort, how can you every other influencer in the world put in the effort to interview and understand and then make claims on cases like this? Now, what you're about to hear is a portion of a call that me, Max, Spencer, and another YouTuber by the name of Nicholas Diorio had when interviewing and confronting Max about the situation. And while the first hour of that call was more centered around Spencer's story, the second hour of this call was more around Max's demeanor and his actions regarding this investigation. And there are quite a few bomb...
Oh, poor. I lied. Everything was fake. I'm fake. MamaMax is fake. Everyone is fake.
Shells in here that we personally feel are a little too irresponsible, I guess if you wanted to put it lightly. Max had actually revealed to us that there were portions where he didn't even properly vet and timeline all of the evidence.
I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer's. The survivors in the server, not all of them are as active as we would like them to be.
That's even worse because Spencer has the funds, so she could have just been like, "Hey, I'll give you a certain amount of money if you testify against this guy." Legit, this is all just seeming to add up that it's just Spencer being a bitter ex, and she wants to get back at Gerard Davis by any means. So she got a popular YouTuber that she knew to make a case about him, and then since they met up when she was 16, she was like, "Oh, he's a predator," and she used his platform to try to get other people that have been with him to also do the same thing. So it's pretty much just a more beefed up version of what happened to MamaMax, except he's the one supporting them now. He's paying them to help him out with this case, which is probably why they wanted more YouTubers to talk about it, so that they can get more people to come out, so that Spencer could get like a bigger case against them, even though it's probably just gonna come out that she used the funds to pay him off. Allegedly, again, this is headcanon. This is probably not real. This is just me speaking. This isn't 100% the truth. I don't know what the truth is. They could have done a good job with it. I don't know. I'm just putting out my 10 cents there, but it seems that it's leading in that direction. Just because they didn't get people involved. They couldn't. There's supposedly 200 people that were associated or a part of this cult, yet they can only get like 5 people, and out of those 5 people, they can only get 3 because the 5 people that they found are all emotionally scarred, and just suppressed it in their memory, aka they probably didn't have enough money to make them talk, make up a story, or they're trying to put them in the story. I don't know.
Obviously, a lot of them have trauma. They talk about it, and that it's hard for them to actually just sit down and speak with me. But that's why I've been just asking the general public to please be patient. Like, there's a lot of things we need to wait for. I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are. And it's also, you can also, like, we are fine saying this is all alleged. Like, we are fine if...
But you can't just say it's alleged now. You've been calling him a pedophile.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm fine doing it because I trust them. But...
Okay, but you said you didn't review most of the evidence.
I'm fine with everyone. You know what? As long as MamaMax is fine, it's all alleged now. Even though he's fine saying that it's 100% the truth, because trust me, Daddy, the rest of you plebeians, you Neanderthals, can say alleged so you don't get sued when Camden Gerard Davis comes for his brick. He's gonna come for stacks, dog. He's gonna become a millionaire. He's gonna be Dracula flow, dog. He's gonna be him. It's all gonna be funded by MamaMax and Spencer.
Evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence. I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
So you looked at the evidence, but you don't understand.
Yeah, in the exact timeline, which has been why, just one of many reasons why it's been such a struggle to create the comprehensive timelines. As I'm waiting on a lot of different things.
But you see, that's why people are inflamed with you right now. It's because you just told me in this call that you didn't properly review every single victim, and now. And just from this one clip, you can ascertain the complete frustration that I and many others have had when communicated by Max about this situation. How is it that you can make calls to action and blatant statements of fact when, at the end of the day, you have literally not even properly reviewed, you have not properly contextualized, and even timelined every single bit of evidence that consistently builds? You're clearly not an investigator built for this case. And it's not literally because someone like him is out of his head, because he only is one person. I have done plenty of investigations. I've just never revealed and played my hand and explained things until I fully understood them. How Max couldn't do it for such a serious situation like this is insane. And that's where we're leading to now, is his unethical practices, not just in this investigation, but other previous investigations that a lot of people have been casting doubt over. Now, unfortunately, with situations as messy as this, Max's unethical coverage needs to be talked about. Max has been live streaming by bringing these victims on to discuss and debate with randoms on the internet. And for the most part, this has been very unhelpful. And this time could have been better spent with him preparing this evidence, the timelines, preparing a video, and discussing the situation properly. The levels of productivity on these live streams are so fucking low that at one point he brings on Keemstar.
Lyrics, please do not name drop my exes on my stream.
Well, why wouldn't you just tell?
Why are
I actually
you
don't even
running
know what you mean.
cover? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was talking to Max though.
Yeah, you can hear me. Why are you running cover for these vampire?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Keem. Good shit.
Vampire in the Minecraft.
Look at him being all cocky because a bigger channel's defending him, and he doesn't have to use his human body shield, Spencer, to deal with the blows. Oh, God. And then Keemstar, the whole different bag of worms with that guy. Like, Jesus Christ.
Community, you're going around, you're running cover.
That's
for
my
a
fucking cult.
Storm of
Yep.
EDP 445. You're gonna
You know
flood the
me.
world with EDP 445.
It's fucking good.
And Keemstar brings up old 2016 memes. In this moment, these girls have to sit there and basically realize that their entire story is being invalidated in real time, is being made a mockery of in real time, as Max doesn't bring a serious person to discuss this topic. It's also questionable with the relationship that Max has with law enforcement in regards to prosecuting or assisting to prosecute this case. When confronted on a live stream by other YouTubers, he actually had a lot of questionable statements to make regarding this specific topic, and whether they were working with law enforcement.
We talked to law enforcement once and never again because he said that it was outside the jurisdiction.
It would not be beneficial.
Remember, the lawyer is ChatGPT, the best.
To pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does
ring's
not
far.
have
We have a minute to
substantial
center ourselves in.
So he recommended that we all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction.
Well, that's nice of you.
That is
So
what we're
they
doing.
didn't tell you to go into a okay, is he still in the same jurisdiction that the crime occurred? For the most recent survivors, yes. Okay. Because I was always under the impression you have to go into the jurisdiction that the crime occurred. Alright? Then yes, carry your pretty asses over to that jurisdiction and go, hey, Mr. Police Officer, I have a crime to report. That's what needs to be done.
I found the next
one.
So out of the 5, how many are in his new jurisdiction? That's extremely important. Oh my god, I think I know what's happening now. I think all of the past victims came forth are from the old jurisdiction, and now they're trying to bait out one from the new one. So I'm pretty sure that's why they're holding their hands kind of tight with the evidence, because it'll all be null and void because outside the people's jurisdiction, and that's why they wouldn't be going into another that's I can't talk. That's why they wouldn't try to get them in court, because it wouldn't be sufficient evidence. That's why they're not working with law enforcement, because they have things outside their jurisdiction.
But yes, you need to go to the police of the jurisdiction of where the crime occurred and go, hello, Mr. Officer, can you help me?
Yes, that is what we're doing.
Okay, that should have been done before.
Recharging shield.
Again, this is by far the most important part, is the relationship to the law enforcement. Again, it's not really properly conveyed, in my opinion, whether this is a criminal, civil case, what departments are properly involved, just how the evidence has been submitted. This is a key concern of mine and many others, and it should be a key concern if you want to see justice actually delivered. And of course, as people have looked into this, a lot of shifting has went into what MamaMax's previous content and the validity of it also meant. About a month ago, actual Redditors started to investigate Max's older content. Seeing the unhinged livestream caused me to wonder about some of Max's past content. His newest God Cult and his current project stuff has been reviewed so many times. So I wanted to watch an old video, and particularly his Cartoon Incorporated video, IMVU, and Puppy Stomp. So while this is a very long post that you can read, one of the oddities, and I'll summarize them to the best of my abilities, is with Cartoon Incorporated conveniently considered lost media as the channel that posted it cannot be found. The Frozen 3 video is edited with a similar style to Max's older content, brainwashing. Subliminal messages hidden within the clip uses the font Fixture Granular, a unique font type that appears in Max's later videos. The font type is not a default font on Windows OS or in Adobe Fonts, meaning the font was searched for and downloaded or purchased. Side note, someone recreated Cartoon Incorporated and posted breakdowns of the brainwashing clip. What is the likelihood that Max shares the same unusual font with something he happened across that literally no one else can find? Editing style also seems similar to his old video intros. IMVU. It is implied in the video that an account under the name Casey was exploited by Pablo Sunny. Remember that name? The account only has one friend, Pablo. Max makes note of how she's isolated and moves on quickly. Max supposedly finds the YouTube account owned by the same person by image searching her profile picture. The image is from Naruto. Now, how could one reverse search and find that specific YouTube page? Screenshot of IMVU profile, Naruto character, and YouTube page.
Healing.
So this is the one right over here, Naruto profile picture.
Yo, these Redditors went hard, Jesus Christ. Reddit actually used their brain cell for this one. Because normally they're trying to dunk on Wendigoon for being alt-right, just for hanging out with Turkey Tom. You know what? Reddit is good. Sometimes.
IMVU, you get the point. He implies that he somehow gained access to the account to locate these unlisted videos. One of them is titled, "This is Where You Killed Me," and depicts a bloody white sheet in the woods. With Casey corresponding with herself in the comments, it is implied that she herself or disappeared off the internet. Oddly enough, the completely inactive Casey accounts no longer exist on YouTube and IMVU. They were deleted at the same time Max and Sylphit's IMVU accounts were also deleted. The most similar Casey account I could track down in 2002 and appears to be entirely unrelated. And then he claims in a Discord Q&A that Casey is actually alive.
What about Pablo Sunny again? Does he know he's been caught or something? Oh wait.
Yes.
Does he know he's been caught?
On Casey, can you talk
Dope
about how you
stream.
got
Thank
his
you.
account or how you found it?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about KC.
I can't say much because I made her up, but let me pull it out of my mind. You know what? She doing I
don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that yes, she's okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, thank God! I didn't even know that. Holy shit! That's something I wanted to actually jump in BC with you about at some point.
Yes, but
thank God.
So in one surface he says that she could be dead and then all of a sudden she's okay. There has been no proof that this Casey person even existed. Now, I'm not going to sit here and make an unsubstantiated claim. At the end of the day, I haven't had the time to sit down and review every single bit of Max's back catalog as I've been researching his current investigation. However, during the call with me, Max, Nick, and Spencer, he was absolutely telling at the time that you shouldn't really be taking a lot of his content seriously. It's meant to entertain. The facts are often embellished or at least simulated when it comes to...
Mr. This is serious. This is more than just a typical drama. This is about children. There's also, you should take my content with a grain of salt because it's all for entertainment reasons, you know? The whole thing that I was calling critical, a bunch of other YouTubers, you know? Ugly. You know, you should take my content as entertainment, but the rest, they're all not about child predators, so they are bad. Only my content is a good content worthy of your time. Why? Because I fucking said so. And if you disagree with me, you're as bad. If not, you're a pedophile.
To producing movies, which I think is really ethically damning when it comes to producing content that is all about hunting down children or, you know, pinning a lot of these crimes or implicating a lot of these public services on cases like this.
So recently, people have been saying that your investigations kind of skew the line between fact and fiction because they're finding things that you've created as context for the video. I think people are pointing to the Discord server that you were an admin of when you were showing it. The lawsuit that you changed the name or whatever. How much of what you do is kayfabe and how much of it is legitimately like live? This is the investigation. Here it is.
So, the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements.
When I sent my ass to that predator, that was real. I did that for the children.
There's multiple reasons, like for example, the admin thing on the Discord server, I had to recreate it. Yeah, that was a recreation because I didn't have the original. The IMVU thing, I wasn't. I don't know why people are saying like it's a film. Like I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
but wait, you hunt pedophiles. You don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
So that's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a face and what they're doing.
Again, why are we interspersing fact and fiction when it comes to incredibly serious stories like this? Look, I'm not here to say if Max is definitively faking his stuff or not. People definitely have their suspicions. But the thing about it is if you're admitting that you don't want people to think your content is real, how can you honestly take the responsibility to cover serious cases like this when you are admitting that, yes, my audience, if they watch my videos, I don't want them to think anything is real unless I show this person's face and make serious accusations. Look, either all of it is real, because this is supposed to be an investigation. This is not some movie, okay? This is not some fictionalized media. Even media that does dramatic recreations is following facts, okay? If they're if that's the content they're trying to produce, if the content they want to produce is making investigations where they are going after the darkest corners of the internet, people have a very reasonable expectation to believe it's real. So again, with Max's former content coming into question, that also shows you that maybe questioning everything that Max shares is probably the only way to go now. If the man is willing to fabricate some things for videos, and again, in a call that we had with Max, it very much is apparently the fact. He is not above, actually. So this is an interesting part of the situation. We actually know about the Pablo Sonny stuff at a closer heart. So I had a call with Max alongside Nicholas Diorio, Spencer, the victim, and of course him in a Discord call a couple days ago. And inside this call, he actually claims that he doesn't know if anybody has been arrested.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know it.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you got someone arrested and it was because of your video, just to be clear. Would you like to re-answer that question?
I've been emailed stuff like, hey, you got this guy arrested, congratulations.
You went on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say that it was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled to the Philippines, so was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? Did that ever even happen?
Yes, he did. All we know is that his last location we picked him up from was Mexico. Whether he fled to the Philippines or not, we don't know. We just know he has family there, and that's the most likely destination they would go to.
But he was in, like, so he was arrested. That was...
Pablo Sonny? I don't think so. I think he got away.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, if he was arrested, I have no idea.
Why did you tell me he was arrested? You said Pablo Sonny was arrested and my video did it. Why did you lie to me on my show?
Do you have a clip of that?
Yes. It's in something I've been currently editing.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay,
His video.
give me 2 seconds. I think there's even a video on YouTube. Actually, can you just jump to the screen share? I'll just pull it over. There's somebody archiving it.
I guess I can hear stuff. I can't
Perfect.
see anything.
That's all you need is a visual of the drawing. Okay, here you go. This is the 2 clips, contrasting clips of Pablo Sonny. Okay, so obviously one of them is in December 29th, and the other is, December 29th, 2021, and the other is November 27th, 2020.
Okay.
What is your primary goal is that then? There's no, what's your other,
Well, I guess the question is like, the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. So that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being in prison?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like, find him. And we did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his dog so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said find him, and then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information, which we did. And then we pegged him, fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico. I don't know if the police. He was from Canada, so I don't know if the police asked him to
As
come
all
back.
terrible people are.
I don't know if the police asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
All I gotta say is that is.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying.
So you lied.
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that, like, this is your biggest crown achievement, that you got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico. All the police custody shit, that was only shit I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me, I did it, MamaMax, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that. I mean, we literally had him.
I don't think it's cool.
Had
I
him
disavow
in a voice
this.
call. Like, it's like the Mega Drive. Like, it's literally us saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, yeah, I want to see, like, I want you to ride me and shit like that. To what he thinks is a 14-year-old, and we verified that by telling him, like, I don't know, I'm young, I don't know, I'm only 14. I think that should be sufficient to put him in prison. But the law says otherwise, I suppose, because as far as I know, he hasn't been imprisoned, and people have been I received an email that someone was going to talk to the deputy about why he hasn't been arrested, and I'm also actually going to start interviewing police local to me as to don't get arrested, because I know they all want to arrest them. It's just the law binds them.
So you've never
For some
actually
reason.
gotten a file arrested?
Let's make it worthwhile.
Not to my knowledge.
He doesn't even know if he had any arrests under his belt. So for a person to blatantly lie about this kind of shit, this very serious stuff is obviously things that are going to bring every single aspect of his character into serious question. Now, he fails to tell the survivor story in a proper manner. What really also burns me is Max's incompetence to using actual proper research. He literally brings ChatGPT and believes that it can provide legal advice.
Oh, not ChatGPT, bro.
Hold your breath.
Okay.
If you have a respiratory
So,
system, let's go over
look at what I just sent you.
His lawyer, everyone. The one that we're all supporting.
I mean, we can argue legal semantics all we
No,
want.
we're not arguing
lawyers.
semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max. This is the problem with this situation. You're going in with evidence that can't be 100% corroborated. You're going in with allegations as an evidence. Courts would laugh you out.
Are we talking to your lawyer, ChatGPT?
Yeah,
right
is this
now?
your?
Like,
Is
what
this
the
the
fuck
lawyer?
is
Like,
going
dude,
on?
right here, bro. Come on, you can't.
Judge?
You know, if I make a video on this, this is what I have to work with. How do you honestly think I can take your side? Logically, if tomorrow I was like, oh, where's Max getting his legal definitions? Oh, ChatGPT. By the way, ChatGPT has also been getting fucking dumber over the last few months. I mean, come on.
If the judge and jury find a witness statement credible, they can charge or convict you of a crime based solely on witness testimony alone. That is from BergenCriminalAttorney.com. Y'all can
Yeah, but the thing about it is that it has to be substantial evidence. It just can't be testimonies by themselves. It has to be dates. It has to be times. It has to be more witness testimonies that can corroborate with it. It's not just the witness, enough of them by themselves. It's a whole litany of them being joined together to make a common piece. All of which are under oath, which makes them a billion times more important than just a random testimony that you get off the street.
Alright, need a charm bag and a sense of self-preservation. in the next ring. That was the last. Stop that. You're too young to disappear.
Oh, you ain't messing around.
Can look it up.
Show me that. Show me
we
what.
can argue this. We
Show
can
me
argue
that.
this
Show me
all
that
day,
definition.
Mutahar.
Show me that definition, not the ChatGPT. Why'd you not bring me that one?
I am giving you multiple.
Give me
Like,
that.
I am
Give me the
telling
one
you-
from the legal definition. Why'd you bring me ChatGPT? Link me that right now. We'll read it together.
ChatGPT understands the legal system.
Now, and of course, in one situation, Max was also in his own controversy with various ex-relationships of his life. Which, if Max believes that accusations are evidence, or allegations are evidence, behavior can be evidence, then all these 5 girls that were bringing allegations against him, Max might be what they claim. These allegations were brought forward by the victims, but organized by someone named Magnetar, a boyfriend of one of the victims at the time. Max outed Magnetar as Anthony and accused him of pedophilia.
Anthony, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
Gathering materials.
One of the worst crimes imaginable. And it might have been okay if that was just one screw-up, but as of recently, he still made more unsubstantiated claims.
To me, that was a poetic ending. Is that this guy who put all my exes together literally has a testimony against him, and not only by one person, it's supported by multiple people, and there are now news stories.
His sister, which would be argued to be a conflict of interest, but hey, multiple people, just like your multiple exes coming out of the woodwork to say that you're a creep. I guess we gotta believe him now. And the way you handle stuff, like, shit, you might be a creep.
Coming about that he
Yeah,
was
there's also
sneaking,
multiple-
that he was
Whoa, there's also
sneaking,
multiple
that
people
he was
coming out against
sneaking
you.
into his high school as an adult, eating lunch with freshmen.
There was but you're trying to use other people, that there was multiple people coming out against Magnetar to try to bolster your argument. But there were many more people who came out against you. So I just
Without
don't understand why
evidence,
I just don't understand.
and although the
Wait,
burden of proof
what
was
was
on
your
them, I provided the evidence.
Wait, what was your evidence against Magnetar?
Max's account
I made it the
evidence
fuck up.
against Magnetar at the time amounted to a witness statement over Twitter, and that was all he really had to bring. He made a serious allegation, and even then, he followed up in his video that he wasn't going to continue investigating.
Source, trust me, bro, true. The best source you can get, dude.
But I have not made a video on him.
That's why the
Despite
Earth is
wanting
flat.
to, all these
Andrew
years,
Tate is
because
based.
I do not want to harass them, and I feel this is not enough evidence to
What
build
else?
an
What else
entire
is
case
there?
against him. So I have not and will not.
Neon is
Max made an
is the second
claim
coming.
against Magnetar without sufficient proof, showed a bunch of his photos, gave out his full name, place of work, and basically ruined this person's life. Now look, I have no idea what the truth of this situation is, right? But what I do know is Max made an unsubstantiated claim, and I made a very severe mistake of not looking into this at the time and giving a friend of mine a serious softball at the time. In reality, I talked about this on an episode of our podcast, and without intention downplayed a serious situation. Not just for Magnetar, but for some of Max's ex-girlfriends in that situation. And for that, I'm beyond sorry. If you call someone a, which he did, make sure it's 100%. In the last 24 hours, Max made a video titled, "I'm taking accountability into my own hands."
Oh, no.
Now, there's a few things I want to address from this video because for the most part, in my opinion, it's mostly him not really taking any accountability other than for basically bringing Charlie into something that he never needed to be in the first place. There's two things I want to address from this that really drive me insane.
Let's just start from the beginning. I met Spencer. She told me what happened to her. I told her I was busy with other projects, but if you need me to hand this to someone else, I will. She said, no, I want you. So, a few years later, I finally came back and I was like, okay, are you ready?
You need a charm bag and a sense of self-preservation.
And we did the podcast.
Almost dead.
How is it that you can waste 3 years on what could have been a solid investigation and decide to cover other content? Content that people are now questioning the characteristics of. Content that you have admitted to us is presented in a factually, like, misleading way, where we have to sift between fact and fiction, when you had something real. If you could put the case, something you believe so serious, off for 3 years, why do you give the average creator 3 weeks to figure things out? I've actually known more about this in the last 48 hours than I have in the last 2 months. I even found a YouTube channel through the help of one of the victims that reached out to me. And they showed me how, yes, one of these channels exists and how they predate on girls in the Georgia area. These are things that slowly are being built up, but I'll get to that later. The other point is this.
Mona already did more for the
You can't just tell
victims
your
than...
story anymore. Now you need concrete evidence. Now you need to go to law enforcement multiple times. Now you need to consult with lawyers. Like,
Hey, you need to
can't
do the
just listen
basic.
to survivors when they're screaming for help.
Yes, you do need evidence. This is such a misleading thing, by the way. Yes, I get it. People do listen to survivors. There's nothing stopping the story of survivors being out there. You have put it out there. 4 to 5 hours. But beyond putting a story out there, if you want people to join your call to action and start going after and publicizing something who you are calling some of the worst names imaginable, then they need more than witness testimony. They need corroborative evidence that can actually seal the deal or make a reasonable case against somebody. This is not some podunk crime we're accusing somebody of. This is the worst possible crime that somebody can commit. And everybody, including you, needs to have all of their T's crossed and I's dotted. This is a massive concern. Yes, we live in a world where evidence is also required alongside the story that is provided. And that's just how the world has always worked and how the world continues to work. It's one of the reasons why you were able to exonerate yourself and people didn't just blindly believe the allegations against you. If we lived in your world, Max, you would be one of the guiltiest parties imaginable. With that said, though, this video is getting on long enough, so I want to kind of just touch upon one more clip that I'm still actually trying to process.
Well, I'm asking why you did not contact us only in public streets.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th. Max, I've seen your latest video. I've caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on screen.
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you
This is just
literally haven't spoken
bad,
to the
dude.
other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Muhar. Stand back, stand back. Spencer, can you tell him what you felt? You are literally just a little
Because
snake
it
hiding
literally.
behind her, dude. That's
Can you listen
disgusting.
to me? Can you listen to me? It was so fucking heartbreaking hearing Muta sit there and say that, oh, if this is fake, then I'll gladly put money towards Camden's defamation trial.
Yeah, if
That
it is fake.
was
I thought you said it's
up.
fine with saying it's allegedly. Now all of a sudden,
It's
there's
real?
no- there's
How's that?
no-
How's that messed up? That's the nice thing because yeah, well, he's supposed to. They're supporting someone that you don't like, so it's offensive, dude. You're coming at him with no evidence, no hard evidence, no law enforcement, no backing from anything. You literally are just defaming him. Because as to right now, no, aside from what Mudafar found, there is no evidence against Camden Gerard Davis. But yeah, pop off, Queen, I guess.
The thing is, how do you feel? How do you think that it makes myself and the other survivors feel when you're saying that? It is okay to think that, but you're going publicly and saying that to everybody else when you haven't spoken to the others. I'm just trying to understand.
Again, witness testimony is only as good as the evidence it's backed with. Like, you can't just take someone's word for it, or else the moon will be cheesed and the world would be flat. And I'd be handsome like my mom tells me.
And why would you do that without talking to us?
I am handsome though. Don't get that twisted. My mama says so. And that's one witness I can fully vet for.
I've spoken with Max. Max is your representative. Max is supposed to be the one bringing the story across to everyone. And yes, if in the case that everything is actually... Why is it your job? Because you're the one who's spearheading this.
Why is it my job? You should do it. Someone else should do it. Not the person that brought it to light. Not the person that's accusing, making mad accusations to a dude that we don't know whether or not is guilty or innocent. But why should you do it? Why? Why? Why?
Fine. You're the one spearheading it. What do you mean? Fine, give it to Spencer's channel. Spencer, you upload this whole thing.
What? Fucking person who's running the investigation.
Oh my
This is your case. This as well, and you haven't.
Why are you putting it all on me? Like, yes.
Because you had 3 years to spearhead this entire investigation. You know more. You know the victims. You know you're personally living with one. Like, you know their ins. You know their outs. Like, dude, it's all you. Like, I don't know how much, like, I don't know why you're caving in the pressure. Like, you shouldn't have brought it up if it was too much for you, or as soon as you thought, like, oh, this is like an actual case I can't handle. You should have just gave it like some ordinary gamers. He did a good job in like a little bit of time that he had. He already had a victim come forward and help him out with some information.
You're the fucking one bringing it. Why are you talking about this
Absolutely.
case?
I am the first one.
Yeah.
I do not want to be the only one.
You're
the only one.
Well, then.
You're the only one because you don't bring any evidence. Like, legit, if you came out with some good evidence, you'd have more people backing you. Like when you pretended to be a pedophile hunter, everyone supported you back then. Because you brought forth some fictional evidence that you made up. But we thought it was real. So that gave you credibility. Now you lost everything.
Then you are the only one.
You have no credibility, you have nothing, you have no story.
Listening to them. I've been trying to set up a call like this for months.
Yeah, and I've had a 2-hour-long call, and I'm not moving anywhere close to the situation. In fact, I have more questions.
Why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else. I want to address one comment I made here for Spencer, and another apology I want to make. I can understand how she could be frustrated, and any of these potential survivors hearing that I would pay for a defamation case. In reality, this is a heated moment, as you can imagine, where it's basically a big fuck you to Max for actually investigating this entire situation. To me, I find it totally disrespectful that people will put actual effort. I will do my absolute damnedest to come with all the evidence I have, and anytime I do an investigation, and Max is playing incredibly loose. All I've seen is a character here that has made a mockery out of serious investigations, covered things with no due diligence, and in fact, if anything, has made unsubstantiated claims. To be honest with you, Max is on a thin rope, and this kind of a thin rope ultimately leads to collateral damage for everybody else involved. Making claims like this and causing a big mockery of this situation ultimately puts the case that is being built at risk, and I don't think Max is intelligent enough to truly realize this. And this is where this comment comes out of frustration. Like more of the victims after this call myself, I feel very disgusted hearing any more about this situation and the things that have been alleged to go behind it, which is why I'm doing my due diligence to at least try and help these victims out, but privately, not a public spectacle like Max is doing. Now, to say that I'm not flashbanged still by this clip is beyond me. Now, I have no ill will against any of the victims. I have no ill will against Spencer for even saying whatever she said to me in this moment. I actually put more of the blame towards Max since he's the investigator and lead charge of this entire process. This all falls on his shoulders. To say that I'm not doing enough when I have spent 2 hours of my life in that call, I have talked to 2 other victims, and I've also researched what this cult is. And again, I've learned more about it in the last 48 hours than I have in the last 2 months. Look, I'm not an expert, and I can't claim to be doing anything that is genuinely super involved in a case like this. But I guess to end this off on somewhat of a positive note, I don't know what to say other than I have tried to give my time, my energy, and I will continue to do it in a liaison capacity. Look, there are people that are trained for this. Lawyers, cops, even other YouTubers who've worked with lawyers and cops regarding similar situations like this. And all I can say is, given my time and
all I know is that, given the amount of time that MamaMax had, CoffeeZilla would have dropped a banger.
Is utilize those connections to allow people to actually investigate this case. But at no point is anything that I'm going to be doing anymore regarding the situation public. I'm never going to be making a follow-up video, and I never am looking for any apology or reconciliation from Max. To be honest with you, I absolutely dislike how he's handled this, and it's left a serious bad taste in my mouth. With that said, all I can do is try to handle this situation and assist these victims and survivors privately, whether that be at least even paying for a legal team to bring this to a law enforcement team, or working with people that can work with actual cops to investigate this matter with the respect it deserves, and hopefully gain justice for the parties that feel that they have been wronged. Ladies and gentlemen, I have nothing more to say. Max is a prime example of a YouTuber that has let his ego go way far beyond than it should have. He has taken a serious situation and made a complete mockery out of it. And ultimately, I don't really think that he has a place on this platform. With the kind of content that he's made and the kind of profiteering he's done on serious topics, I have less respect for him than everyone else that I've covered in the past.
Jesus Christ. Even less respect than Logan Paul. That's saying something, because Mudahar hates freaking hates people that scam their audience. It's wild. Those are great videos. I'm glad I'm not in Max's shoes. Oof. Ain't no way you're coming back out of this one, big fella. Just take your L and leave. They dropped the Moab on you, son. It's over. What the hell? You've been burned. Burn notice out this man. You've been excommunicado from the YouTuber Association.
Level 2.
Damn, that was a tough watch. R.I.P. MamaMax. You tried your bestest, but it just wasn't enough. Let's see, what other videos have I not seen? Reacting to Daryl removed her. That's enough videos for today. Time to get back to gaming. This channel's bread and butter, but Jesus Christ, dude. MamaMax, it's over. It's all over now. This ain't your swamp no more. It's 2024 is wild, dude. First, Map Pack quits. Then MamaMax is pretty much fired at this point, I guess. Because I doubt he's coming back from this one.
Took some materials. I'm getting shot. Opening fire. Reloading. I'm taking fire. That enemy shield is broken. Reloading.
Damn. I wonder if MamaMax said anything.
This way, let's go.
Me. Hey. I managed to get one. Ah, damn it. I lost it. That's the QR code, rip. True. I wonder what people are saying on the internet. Damn it, I closed it. Let's see what's the haps with the internet. Let's see, trauma alert. Let's see how he responds for defending MamaMax.
Believe me, kid, I earned my name.
It's my night to make dinner back home, so let's take our time.
Did MamaMax said anything? MamaMax when he's told to give evidence on the plea to the police and start an alleged persecution count.
I'm the jump master. Don't worry. This isn't the
Did he
first
private his account or did he just delete everything?
I'm Jump Master. Woo bloody who, you hooligans. You dead yet? The suspense is boring me.
My legs are ready to go. Some assembly required. Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
First blood, and not the good blood moon kind.
Throwing arc star.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Lucky us, we are already inside the ring.
Do it.
I'm already in the next one. No one can hold me back. Hold on, I'm healing.
Care package being delivered.
My ultimate is ready. I have us covered.
Best dad in anime.
Took some materials.
He's still the best dad in fiction at the end of the day. That's a damn lie. I'll reply to that. Vegeta and Goku still, they're the worst fathers. Fuck you mean? Vegeta and Goku, they'd rather train than raise their sons. They're not good dads. If their sons grew up weak, I'm pretty sure they'd like neglect them or something. They're gonna keep up with training or anything. I mean, I don't think that's possible because they have same blood in them, but still. I'm fairly certain if they came out with like a regular human somehow, they just neglect their child. Goku would probably be like, this one's not strong enough. You sure it's mine, Chi-Chi's?
like half the squads are buried.
I don't even do nothing. It's just me and my little boy, my child. Nah, I think the best dad in fiction, at least anime wise, is the what's her face from Whole Cake Island. That one dude that literally died for his daughter, even though she never knew who he was. That's the best dad. Unconditionally loving your child, even though they don't know who the hell you are. Like, he didn't have any powers, he just wanted to see his daughter. He was literally that one Nemo meme, like, where's my fucking daughter? And at the end of the day, he gave up his life just so she can escape. Which I'm pretty sure is any dad's dream. Give up your life so that your child can have a better future.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
I ain't a dad, but I feel like that's what dads feel like. Any dads in the chat that can corroborate my story? Need to fix the OBS.
Replicator incoming. Let's exercise our craft.
Screw it. I'm just gonna close it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Yes. Alright, cool. There, I fixed chat now. This dude need to find out what his name is.
And I'm nearly at the ring.
Pound, there you go.
45 seconds, and the ring's close.
Ain't got nothing on that land. And as soon as I die, that's what the argument I'm gonna make on Twitter. Oh, I can actually show you guys, I think. Or does it only work with, yeah, it only works with actual YouTube videos.
Recharging shield. A support formation. The dark pierces through. My shields need a bit more power. Hold on, I'm healing. In the next ring. Circles do have calming energy.
Care package being delivered.
My shields need a bit more power. I need restoration. Healing.
What's a brother that escaped? Normally I try to kill you. Actually, I'll just wait for right now. Wait till storm closes, that way I can get a pick at the last storm. But I'm pretty sure it would be countdown. Just want to make sure. No. It's gonna be countdown area, so I need to get over there.
Find the ring's next location and marked it on your maps. The ring's close, and I still have a minute.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator falling to Earth. Not much space between me and the moon. 45 seconds to cover. They're focusing on me. All right, my ultimate is ready. Recharging shield.
I didn't realize I don't have any attachments for anything. Jesus Christ.
Well, an enemy landed near me.
You on bed? Rip. If he dies to the other team on the left. Pound. Images. Save images. Stat. 1000 PFG. Yep. Pound is best dad. And if damn it. Close all windows. Let me go to YouTube and get all the things back. My bad, I had to pop out chat for a minute, so if you messaged, I apologize. I wasn't able to see it. I had to close all my things because the taskbar is being weird. Alright, cool. Everything's good now. Let me go back to Kick. See if I can join Dude's Custom. He just started the game. So I can't. Very cool. Very cool. What time is it? Damn, it's 8:30 already. Jesus. For my mental health, I'm asking you to either not recommend me to Kalima, Chud Logic, Lyrics, and any other channels being critical to MamaMax, and I will likely be blocking them / and other channels and reporting them for bullying and harassment. I don't want to hear it. The accusations against them are false and completely baseless. This is from Red Pagan Corner, which interviewed Spencer, and she's saying that the allegations are baseless. What the heck? The allegations against him are false and completely baseless. We will continue to push for justice for CSA and human trafficking victims. I understand that the topics that are hard for the general public and the weak minds of big YouTube content creators. I am currently trying to help one of the victims get justice. After she reached out to me, she left the cult 2 years ago. I will not go into detail at the time. I respect for her privacy and the sensitivity of this investigation. I will continue to fight for justice and victims, giving them a voice. In the meantime, I will continue to platform my regular content on current events and politics. Red salute, Red Peggy Nicole. Well, hopefully you bring more evidence than MamaMax then, because Jesus, his career is over. Alright, this is my last game, and then I'm gonna call it for tonight. We got through the MamaMax video. Well, both of them. The Nicholas Diorio one and Mudahar's. I'll probably make an in-depth video and try to finish it before this whole MamaMax craze goes down.
First blood. Someone cracked under pressure.
Because again, MamaMax either has to come out with like a banger. His only options are to come out with bangers. With a banger rebuttal to everything. The only way he gets out of this is if Camden Gerard Davis really just like he puts him to jail. He actually finds enough evidence to put him in the jail. And then people would be like, you know what? This MamaMax guy, he's not that bad. He's alright. But that's probably never going to happen. So he's kind of done as a credible source. I went too soon. I got an itchy finger on that one.
Safe to touch down. We're already in the next ring. I got a vault key.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend. Shield battery here.
Loot vault there. And I have the key. You're welcome.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
Champion out.
trophy spotted out there. Attention. Care package.
Incoming care package. I love loot. Care package over there.
MamaMax better get off ChatGPT and call Saul so he can find a way to redeem himself.
Hostile right here.
Gathering materials. My ultimate is ready.
Nicholas Diorio and Motorheart both dropped bombs on him. Same time too, they didn't have no mercy on him.
Gathering materials. My shields need a bit more power.
They said you get no mercy.
I am taking fire, friends. Arc Star.
We got another squad attacking us.
Recharging shield.
Mayday, crashing and burning over here.
Damn it. Alright guys. That'll do it for today. Gotta lay down. Research some more. And yeah. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.